hold up, I am on my way, I'm in motion. Let's go to the ocean, yeah, let's go outside. We can hang out on the beach without freezing, yeah, isn't that amazing?
Welcome to Crafty Beach. This is Julie, and today I have another Best DIYs of 2023 video for you. And I did 20 beach DIY videos this year, and so I picked your all's favorite DIY from each video and included it in today's video. So let's get started and enjoy. I'm going to use one of these anchors from the Shore Living line at Dollar Tree. You can use either this one with the starfish or the one without. They're about the same size. I saw a fantastic wreath on Etsy, and let me look up the name of that person on Etsy because it was incredible and I had to recreate it. Okay, I found it. It's called Ocean Inspired Design on Etsy, and I saw it and I had to try to make one with Dollar Tree supplies. So I will post a link to their Etsy shop to the listing down below if you love it too, but you don't want to make it, you just want to buy it and support that Etsy channel because I loved it and I just had to try it myself. So I want to give a huge shout out to them. But definitely check out their Etsy. They have some beautiful stuff. Okay, so what I did was just pop off the little starfish that was on there. It just fell right off. It was so easy. And then I'm using the little bottled shells, the real tiny little cone shells. You know, I thought those were the smallest ones I have, and so we can make this work. I already have a starfish that came on it, so I'm going to go ahead and put it right here in the bottom. And what I want to do is try to encrust this little anchor with shells all over. Now, I was really worried about what type of glue to use. I didn't think hot glue was going to hold up on my front door outside in all of this Florida humidity. So I thought I would try tacky glue. I've had a lot of luck before using the pebbles and stuff like that with a thick layer of this tacky glue from Dollar Tree. And you know I always try to stick with Dollar Tree items, so we're gonna give it a go. I'll keep you posted. I've already got this hanging on my front door, so hopefully it holds up well. I was trying to think, I kind of wanted to use like some silicone or something like that, but I just didn't have anything and I did not really want to go to the store. So I'm just going to start sprinkling those little tiny shells all over. These are so tiny that I don't use this size very often, but I thought it would be great for this because you can just sprinkle it on there. And as you saw, I did a rather thick layer of the tacky glue first, and just making sure they're all like push down into the tacky glue, and we can keep doing that. Now, it was a little trial and error with this because I've never really encrusted something with shells like this before, like this, so I thought we'd give it a go. I'm going to go ahead and do the middle and the other side too, just putting a nice thick layer. The tacky glue works well for me because it's so thick and it dries clear, so I think this is going to work well. So far, so good. So I'm just going to keep sprinkling, just trying to cover most of it. It is that raw wood underneath, so around the edges and stuff, if you're going to be able to see that, I think it's going to be fine. And I thought I wanted to leave the raw wood because I thought the shells would glue better to it, rather than trying to paint it or stain it or something like that first. And I'm really not doing any kind of a pattern. I am just grabbing the shells from that bottled shells. I like to organize mine in one of those little toy organizers from the Dollar Tree so I can get to them a little bit better. And so I'm just going to keep moving along the anchor, just putting down more tacky glue and sprinkling the shells on. I'm going to go ahead and cover up the holes on the side of the anchor because I'm not going to use that. I'm going to use like the little circle in the top for the hanger, kind of like what they did on Etsy. But I'm going to go ahead and cover that part with shells too, everywhere I can. And this part was actually really easy to do. Now I got to this part and I was thinking I'm probably gonna need like more glue, right? So I was thinking, you know, can I put tacky glue on top of this since it dries clear? It did say it dried clear on the package. Now this was kind of a mistake because when I put it on there and start
you know, trying to spread it out with my paintbrush, you can see all of my shells are moving around because I did this before I let it dry. I shouldn't have done that, but I already had it on there, so I kind of had to make it work for that section. But I was like, you know, I need to like let this set up a little bit. So what I did is I dried it with my like heat gun, and then I actually put it in the freezer to cool it off because it was really hot, and it set up really nicely. You can see how much easier it is to glue on top with the tacky glue now that I actually let it dry first. So I just go over all of it with more of the tacky glue. I usually use that spray adhesive, but since this is going on my front door, I really thought I needed to try to pull out the big guns with this. Now, this is the wreath ring that we're going to use. This is the large 18-inch one from the Dollar Tree. It's not going to give me that round like you would get from like a pool noodle, which is more like what hers looks like. Hers looks like, you know, an actual foam wreath form, but they don't have large ones like that from the Dollar Tree. So we're going to try it with this and see if we can make it work. And I'm going to use some Dollar Tree burlap. I love these burlap rolls. If you're not lucky enough to find this one, you could also use the burlap ribbon from the Dollar Tree as well, or you can get burlap just about anywhere. I used to always get mine at Walmart before I was able to find it at Dollar Tree, but I find it really hit or miss at Dollar Tree. I think people like to wipe it out, but I love it because it has that nice finished edge on it, and I think that just helps keep things look cleaner. So we're just gonna simply wrap this around. This kind of looks like what they did to theirs, and hers looks like a burlap and rope like life preserver or life buoy. And so that's what we're going to try to do with this one. And then we can hang that little shell encrusted anchor down in the middle of ours as well. I usually, you know, try to find inspiration for projects. I do not like to copy projects, but when I saw this, I really, really liked it. And I was like, you know, I bet I could do that with Dollar Tree supply. So I'm just going to try to dupe it if I can. So that's how far one of the package goes. Goes pretty far, right? So I'm going to start another package by hot gluing it on to the back and then keep wrapping, and you won't really even know where you started and stopped. Just have to let the hot glue dry a little bit there to secure that in place, and keep wrapping all the way around. And we have our little burlap wreath. So that step's done. That was pretty easy. Now the next step, it looked like they use like white nautical rope for like the 4 parts of the life. I always call them life preservers, life buoys. And so we're going to do something similar. I'm going to use the 6-foot white nautical rope from the Dollar Tree. And we are going to wrap that around. So I'm just going to get it started by taking the tape off the end here. And I'm going to start by just hot gluing that to the back. I'm going to start here because that's kind of where we started and stopped, just to kind of cover that, seal it all in a little bit, and hot glue that to the burlap on the back. And then we can just simply start wrapping this around. This was such a cute design. I've made several of these like life preserver or life buoy reefs over the years, but I've never made one exactly like this. I really, really like the design. So I'm just wrapping them. I'm just wrapping it. I'm not gluing it or anything like that. I just glued the end. And then I just trying to feel about how many I want to go. I think 8 is going to be really good for the size of mine. I did try 10, which is what it will look like with 10. And I thought that was maybe a little bit too much. So we're going to do with 8. So now I'm just going to cut it here on the back and glue that end down as well. Now, since I am kind of gluing those in place, I do want to get them on there kind of like equal distance from each other. And that pretty much took an entire 6-foot rope from the Dollar Tree. And so I'm going to go ahead and start a new package. So for packages of the white nautical rope to do this large wreath and 2 packages of that Dollar Tree burlap. So I'm just going to go straight across and loop it around 8 times, hot gluing it down the ends, trying to like do it in the same exact place that I did it on the other side to try to help with my spacing. And that looks good. We're going to hot glue that down. And make sure both ends are secure. So now we just need, I've got both sides done there. I just need to do the top and the bottom, and we're going to do it exactly the same way. So about halfway between those, I want this little section to be. And we're just going to simply hot glue that down and start wrapping this around. Hey guys, I had the craziest thing happen to my channel the other day. I was on Google Images and I searched like coastal something, I don't remember. And I was looking at like Google Images to try to get an idea for something. And one of my profile pictures came up for one of my coastal videos. And it kind of made me smile. I always like it when I see my content in Google, search. And when I looked at it, it did not say YouTube underneath of it. It said Ganjing World, which I guess is kind of like maybe a copycat YouTube. And I clicked on it. It took me to a video, which was my video. And it was loaded with a channel called DIY for the Beach, where someone illegally downloaded hundreds of my coastal videos from here on YouTube and uploaded it to their channel. DIY for the Beach is what it was called, over on Ganjing World. And even my profile pictures and everything. I mean, that's why I detected it, because it had my profile picture and I recognized it, right? And I had to go in and copyright strike all of those videos, like hundreds of them. Doesn't that make you mad when somebody steals your stuff and tries to market it as their own? I was so upset, but I did contact the copyright department there and told them this was a major problem. And within the next day, they took down the channel. They took down all of the videos. So we solved the problem, but holy cow, how crazy is that? So if you see my content out there anywhere and it's not me, be sure to let me know, okay? Okay, so I need to attach the anchor. I just took some twine, tied a knot at the end, and I thought I would just loop it over the knot like that to hang it down inside the little reef, kind of like that. I wanted to hang it with 2 strings like that so it would hang even, like dangle down inside, but I kind of want the knot to be hidden back behind the reef. So I think that is going to work. I'm just going to hot glue it back there so it kind of stays in place, right? And then it looked like they used rope for their hanger, and I think that would be really cute as well, like the brown rope from the Dollar Tree. So I'm going to try to do that too. So I measure it out. I kind of make mine a little bit too long, but that's okay. It's better to be too long than too short, right? I'm going to take it and tie it together like that and then reverse the knot. I always forget what this knot is called. It's like used a lot with nautical designs, but you basically reverse it and you tie it on top of each other like that. It provided a nice like little slip knot, but you can kind of tie it whatever way you want. And then I'm going to string that around my anchor, so I can kind of loop that around and tie it kind of like I tied the anchor on there. Like that, by pulling one under the other, hiding the knot kind of behind the back, just like I did before, and make a big loop. Now, as you can see, that was probably a little too long. So what I did was I untied it, retied it, cut it off a little bit shorter. And I like that, the way that looks better on my door. But basically, that is the last step in this DIY. It turned out so cute. I love it. I, needed a new wreath for my front door because I had taken down my Easter wreath and it was kind of bare. So this is going to be a great replacement. Isn't that pretty? I think it turned out so well. The shells really glued down tightly to that anchor, so hopefully they will stay in place. But I think it's so beautiful. And a shout out again to that Etsy channel, Ocean Inspired Design, for this beautiful wreath idea. I love it. Okay, another DIY with the starfish. We're going to use one blue and one white. And you guys know I love these little plastic shell dishes from Dollar Tree. They look cheap and plastic, right? But you can really make these look like real shells and it looks real cool. Now, I DIY'd one last year and it kind of gave me an inspiration for this one. I wanted to make a large wall hanging with shells and starfish. So I want to paint the outside or the bottom of the shell. And I want as good coverage as I can get because, you know, it is plastic and I don't want all that iridescence shining through. So I'm using ivory chalk paint. If you don't have any chalk paint, you could get away with acrylic, but you're probably going to have to go over it with multiple coats. I'm just using a brush so I can get down in between all the grooves on there. And it already looks better, right? Yeah, we're going to DIY this and make it really fun. My idea was I wanted some really large seashells with starfish on it. And it turned out really cool art piece. So I do the same thing here with shell number 2, trying to get as much coverage as I can. And I love these. I was able to find a bunch the other day and I picked up a bunch because I have some other ideas for these as well. Last year I made one and displayed it on a stand and it was very pretty. I still actually have to, I still have that in my house. And then I'm going to take Antique Wax by Waverly and a chunky brush and we are going to distress, bringing out all of that like great texture in the shell. So I'm kind of going with the actual pattern on there and it actually like brings out a lot of cool shapes and textures on there. I am going to blend it a little bit with a baby wipe just to kind of make it blend in, look a little bit more rugged with different colors. And then I'm going to do the same thing here on the other 2. Now, you do have to be careful when you're distressing this if you rub it off with a baby wipe like I do, because it's going to be pretty easy to take your paint off. So you might have to touch up here and there if you have any areas that show through. But we're trying to make this look kind of old and distressed. And if you get a little bit too much brown, you can go back in there with your original color and brighten it up there a little bit. We're going to do the same thing over here. Don't they look cool? They look so much better than they did before. And so much more like seashells. So I did the same thing with shell number 3. Blending it. Giving it a quick dry and going back with a little bit of the ivory if there were any places that needed to be touched up. And I think we got pretty good coverage here on all of them. And I like that they're all a little bit different. Now, these are the starfish. I don't really necessarily need the hangers for this project. And they're really on there secure. I cut off that part and then I was cutting off, the twine on the side, which was kind of hard to get your scissors in there. But they were like stapled on like several times. I was kind of surprised about how sturdy these little starfish are. But we're going to get it. So I pulled off all the twine and then I'm just using my pliers to try to pull out the staples on the back. Just so they don't get in my way. And there was like 2 staples on each one. So that makes me feel better about my last project that it's definitely going to stay together because this was really put together well. Now, I don't necessarily want these colors for this project. I kind of wanted like a lighter, beachier blue, so we are going to paint these. I'm going to mix a couple colors together, the Caribbean blue and white, to give me a very soft beachy blue. And you can do whatever color is going to match your decor or makes you smile. And these were really easy to paint. Just using a foam brush and going over the top and the sides. And you know, they're different colors to start with, but it was pretty easy to make them look pretty standard in color. That blue was not too dark. And I thought it would be really cute to like layer these blue starfish on top of those seashells we made and kind of make like a coastal abstract wall hanging. So once I get them dry, I want them to look a little coastal farmhouse. So I'm going to very lightly distress them with a little bit of ivory, just for fun. Just very lightly. Okay, I think it's time to put this together. Now, I need to find a way to attach my shells together. I don't want anything that's going to be visible. I want it to look like they're like, you know, like a floating project. And you can kind of fit the shells together with their like little scallops. I thought like 2 on one side and 1 on the other side would look cool, like an odd number like that. And so my idea is to try to attach them together with like some burlap ribbon. That way you won't be able to see it, but I think it'll hold up. So I'm just going to use some Dollar Tree burlap ribbon, and I'm just going to cut down like a thin piece because, again, I don't want you to be able to see it from the front. And this actually worked really well. I'm just going to hot glue it on the insides, shell to shell, trying to keep that as tight as I can. And it is burlap, so if you do happen to see it like at the crack between the shells, it's not really going to matter. And then this one was a little trickier. I kind of could fit like the scallop in place on the left, but I kind of want it to slightly overlap the one on top. So I kind of put it in there like that. That's the only way I could really get it to fit. So we're going to cut down some more of that burlap. And we're going to glue these 2 shells together. As you can tell, most of the projects today are really easy, but I can't believe how cute they all turned out. So that seems pretty secure. Now I need to do the same thing for the top and the bottom shell on the right. I was going to try gluing them together, but I did not think that was really gonna work. And this actually, so far so good. The shells are so light because they're made out of plastic. I think that's what makes this project work. So there we go. We have them all attached together with a little help from the burlap ribbon. And just making sure that dries. Now I want to do a hanger, and again, this is a very lightweight project, so I think just twine like hot glue to the back is going to be fine. I want them to kind of hang like I had them though, so I'm going to have to just kind of put the twine on the back the way that I think it would work. I just tie like a knot on the end just to give me something more to hot glue down. And I want it to be kind of a hidden hanger. So I'm going to glue it there inside the shell where you really can't see it. Because the string is going to be like right there at the seam. And then I'm just going to tie a knot in the other side and attach it over here where the shells will kind of hang even though there's like 3 of them in a pattern. And again, this is so lightweight. I think that's totally going to hold up. You could always try gluing to the burlap too if you needed to. I do a little bit more hot glue on top just to make sure. And then we can start putting this project together. I'm going to flip it over. There's our giant seashells. And then I thought 2 starfish on the front would look really cute. So just kind of moving them around, trying to find out where I want them and then where I would need to put glue to make them stick to the shells. And I'm just going to hot glue 2 rays on. That's also going to help keep the shells attached together there. And maybe a little glue over here too. And then the other one I'm just going to kind of do, I think, on this shell. Kind of looks cool wherever. Just trying to figure out exactly where I like it the best. And glue this one down as well. And that's all there is to this Coastal Shore Living DIY. It is so cute hanging on my wall. I have it at my entryway as soon as you walk in, and I really love it. It goes great with all of my coastal decor. So this is how it looks hanging on my wall. Isn't it pretty? Okay, it's time for my favorite project of the day. We're going to use these new wood fish from the Dollar Tree. They are chunky wood ones. They have these in white or the natural wood. I'm going to use 3 and we're going to do a school of fish. I'm going to start by drilling large holes in kind of the bottom or the side of each one of those. And then I want to use some of these wooden dowels from the Dollar Tree to put in there. So make sure you have a big enough drill bit that your dowel is going to fit in there. It's always good to test. You're going to go as deep as you can. It's kind of an MDF wood. It kind of comes out like a powder, just so you can make this stable, because we're going to make like little fish like on dowels, like they're swimming, and on that long sign from the Dollar Tree, I'm going to use a Day of the Dead one just because I had it. Could be any of them. But first we need to decorate our fish. They're super cute because they're like wood and they have like a rope around the bottom. But I thought we could make them even better. So I'm just kind of using painter's tape to tape off just the head part of these, so that we can go in and paint our little fish. I wanted to do like total coastal vibe, so I wanted to do like 3 colors of beachy blue, but kind of all different. So the first one I mixed Caribbean blue together with ivory to give me that very soft, like light blue. I do have to follow that up with a smaller brush to kind of get in all of the cracks, because it is kind of like, they're like slatted fish. They're a lot bigger than this year. I wonder if they will have the cute blue and white ones that they had last year as well. I hope they bring those back. Those are really cute as well. Now this one, I think this color was like lake. It's more of just a light blue that we're going to do here on the second fish. And just filling that all in, just getting as close to that rope as I can. I just want to leave that on there. I like that detail. And gonna just mix kind of a medium blue with a white, just because I was trying to get just another shade of blue, but a little bit different. See how they're all kind of complementary? They're all kind of close, but they're definitely all different. I thought that would provide a nice contrast. But I definitely wanted to leave the head part like that natural wood and the tail, because I think that looks nice and coastal too. just giving those a quick dry. And then I was thinking about covering them in fishing net on the side, but my son said fish scales, and he is so creative and he is always right. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm just using my fine detail hot glue gun. I think this is like a Sure-Bonder from Walmart. And it takes a little mini glue stick, so it gives me that finer layer. And we're just going to do fish scales on this. I tried to do like 1 in the first section, 2 in the second section, and then you just go about halfway along the next scale, kind of offsetting those. I do try to clean up any strings of hot glue that I may come across, because I find that when you paint it or distress it later, that is totally going to show up. So you're going to want to try to do this as cleanly as you can. And my scales are definitely not perfect and not uniform, but that really kind of adds to like the homemade vibe of the sign and actually gives it even more character. So don't worry if your scales are kind of all over the place. It's going to provide so much texture. I'm so glad that I listened to my son, because he was right. The fish all needed scales. Now I'm going in with my heat gun, and you would think that you wouldn't want to do that because you're trying to set the hot glue up, right? But I'm doing that to get rid of all of the strings of glue. They kind of disappear when you do that. And really the larger scales really don't get affected by the heat gun if you work quickly. I kind of took my painter's tape off at that point, but I wasn't done with it, but I just kind of wanted to see if it held up pretty, and it did hold up pretty well for a clean line. And now we're going to go in here and give little fish scales to our other fish using that same technique. Once you kind of get going at this, you'll kind of feel like a pro, but don't go too fast because you'll get all kinds of crazy scales. But again, it's going to add character, right? And I just keep working to the bottom of this fish until I get close enough to that little rope border, which I think is cute. Totally want to leave that on there. Again, going over it with my heat gun at the end to burn off all of the strings. I'm glad I figured that out, because that's always my problem when I try to add scales to projects like this. But that totally worked. Fun little trick. So, you know, you could do a different thing on each fish, but since I did each fish in a different color, I think it's fine that they all have like kind of matching fish scales. But you know, you could be creative. You could do whatever. You could do like different spots or stripes or patterns on them as well to add a little variation. But I just want like 3 of these little chunky fish that look like they're swimming. And that's exactly what I got from this project. So again, just gluing off all the strings. And that's when I realized I probably shouldn't have taken the painter's tape off that first one. So I'm just going to go in there and replace it, because I do want to paint all of the gills that we just made. And by paint, I'm just going to like slightly distress. So I'm going to use a little bit of ivory, acrylic, and a little makeup sponge from the Dollar Tree, and just lightly dragging that over that wonderful texture. And look how cool that makes it look. It's okay if a little paint gets on the color underneath. It's going to just look distressed, but I'm trying to mainly just kind of concentrate on all of the fish scales just to bring out that beautiful texture and give it a fun distress. So trying to make sure they're all set up, and once they are, I can go ahead and distress all of these. And I do turn it around just so I can kind of get closer to that rope that was already on there. And we're going to do the same thing with the third one. And don't they have like a cool texture? I'm totally loving the vibe. The little hot glue scales look great. Okay, time to remove the painter's tape. I do like that I left like raw wood for like the fish head. It kind of gives you a different section to the fish, and it matches the fish tail. I did like the little rope that they used around it, so I thought maybe we could try to replicate that on the front for the border. I'm going to use some of the thicker jute twine that comes in that large roll from Walmart. It was the closest thing I could get to what they used on the tail. Pretty close thickness, and I thought I would attach it the same way they did, which was a staple on each side, just to kind of make it look more uniform, cutting off the excess. Now I did find I did have to go in there with a hammer on some of those staples to get that nice and tight, but you could always hot glue that to the back, and it would look good too. Then we're just going to do the same thing here with the other fish. I think it just helps break up the different colors and patterns. And I think it kind of goes better with the way that the rope is around the tail. So we're going to do the same thing on all three of our little fish, and then we can start putting our little school of fish together. Have your all store got the short living items yet? You'll have to let me know in the comments below. No, a lot of you guys were saying absolutely not until after Easter, but now it's after Easter, right? So they need to get with the ball game and get this stuff out, right? Now I did want to slightly stain the wood dowels that we're going to use for the fish. And so I just put a little Antique Wax by Waverly on a wet wipe to give me a very diluted stain, and that worked great. Just rubbing that along the sides of the dowels to give them kind of a medium stain to kind of coordinate more with our fish. Now, this is the sign that we're gonna use. This one was Day of the Dead. It can be anything. They have those long signs at the Dollar Tree a lot. And instead of painting mine, I thought, you know, we have that extra burlap from the mermaid, so we might as well put it to use, and we can cover the base. It's going to give me a fun coastal feel, and then I don't have to worry about painting over all of that design that's on there. I do make the Day of the Dead part the bottom, and then I just pull that Dollar Tree burlap tight and just start stapling it on the bottom. This was an easy way to take care of the base, and it actually worked out well. Now, I have not drilled the holes in it for my dowels yet, and I figured I wouldn't be able to find them if I did that in advance, so I'm going to have to do that with the burlap on there, but it actually worked out pretty well. It was pretty easy to do. This piece was almost exactly the right size to cover our base, and I'm just going to trim it up a little bit just to make it look a little bit nicer. But I can leave the edges blue. That will totally go with my coastal vibe. Just trimming the burlap down to size. Now I want like my first fish to be like kind of like in the middle, but I thought it would be better to kind of do the dowels on the fish first. So I put some hot glue in there, secure my dowel, and then let that sit to dry. That's an important step because you're going to want that to be in there as much as you can, and the glue to be really secure. So make sure you do drill those holes fairly deep. And don't forget to use glue as well. I used hot glue. I don't know, something else might be stronger, but after letting these sit, they were pretty stable. So there's our three fish, all with dowels. And then we can start working on the base. I thought we would use like the fish with like a little bit of green in it to go in the middle because the other two colors were kind of more similar to kind of space those out. So I'm going to use my same big drill bit that we used on the fish and kind of try to find the middle of my base. And I really didn't think I was going to need this long of a base. I was planning on cutting this down, but the fish are so large that I actually did need this big of a base. I drilled all the way through my base with that, and you can see it just drilled through the burlap as well. Just kind of making sure this is going to work. And then we're going to fill up the hole that I just drilled out with hot glue and secure my little fish in there. Now, this is an important step to make sure it dries tightly before you let go of it, because you don't want your fish like swimming like in kind of a random pattern, trying to keep mine as square as possible. And then I'm going to cut my other two down because I think they're going to need to be a little bit lower to look like they're kind of swimming in a school. So they'll fit like underneath that one, if you know what I mean. So I'm just going to use my little miter scissors. I got these on Amazon as well. They work great for cutting these little dowels from the Dollar Tree. It cuts right through there, but you could always use a saw for that part as well. I'm just trying to trim those down where I think that the fish will fit. I thought about kind of having them scattered out different depths, but I kind of keep them fairly the same. This one I'm going to do really short. I want that to be the lowest one, and that because it needs to fit like underneath that tail part there, and I don't have that much room. I'm going to go ahead and drill a hole in my base for this one. Trying to put a ruler under it this time. When I drilled all the way through, I think I did get a little hole in my silicone mat, but your girl really needs a new silicone mat. So I get those on Amazon as well. They're listed in my shop. They are so great for crafting on, but this one has been well used. So we're going to put some glue down in the hole we drilled out and glue that on there until it stays secure. Just trying to show you how it looks, kind of fitting underneath the tail of the middle fish. But again, give it plenty of time to dry because you're going to want this to be as sturdy of a project as you can. I realize this one is probably not going to quite fit, but I'm going to go ahead and drill the hole in the base, and then I'm going to have to cut that one down a little bit as well. And I did cut that down. I'm going to hot glue that one in where it'll fit right underneath the middle fish as well, where they're all kind of swimming in a row, but also kind of like in a little pattern of a school of fish. Making sure everything looks square, everything is dry, and this is how it turned out. Isn't it adorable? I absolutely love this DIY. Okay, another DIY I'm going to make for outdoors, my Florida room, but you could totally use it inside too, is to use one of the Shore Living garden flags. I think this one's so pretty. It says relax, has a little beach scene with the Adirondack chairs, flip-flops and such. Now, I want to make mine into a permanent sign, not just a flag that's going to fly all over the place. I wanted something that looked a little bit more high-end. Now, I'm going to use 4 of the wall shelves from the Dollar Tree to make a big slatted sign. It's going to be a little bit too long, but I'm going to show you how you can make it work without trying to cut it down or anything. So it's folded right perfectly in half. So I just took advantage of that seam and cut the garden flag in half. I always say that I'm going to DIY with these garden flags when I buy them, and I never do. So I'm proud of myself for following through on this because it turned out so cute. So these are the wall shelves that I'm going to use. The width is going to be just about perfect for these, but again, they're going to be a little too tall, but that's okay. We are going to be able to make it work, I think. I love these because these are basically just good craft wood, cut down perfect sizes. So if I do like my bottom half up against this one, I'm just going to have to use ribbon or something to cover the very bottom of it. I know sometimes you guys don't have access to a saw and can't cut, so I kind of wanted to give you an option. of when these things are not quite the right size you need, little things you can do to still make it work. So going over the entire shelf with a layer of Mod Podge, and then I'm just going to lay my half of my flag on there. This is the bottom half, smoothing that out. And I want the Mod Podge to come through the fabric, so I'm just going to kind of spread that out with like a baby wipe all over. And as you can see, the width is almost perfect for that little garden flag. I want it to be like a slatted sign with the 4 individual signs all together. So I'm going to give it a quick dry here with my heat gun, and then I'm going to cut the fabric off that we can use on the next shelf. So it was super easy to cut. I'm just using a razor blade from Dollar Tree and a cutting mat, and it was just so easy to cut through, and it didn't fray or anything like that. So it was actually really easy to work with. I really like this DIY so much that I went back and bought another version of this flag because now I want to try something else with it. So this is going to be the very bottom. So I'm only going to do Mod Podge on like 2/3 of it because that's all that I have left of my little garden flag. And I set that on there. I'm not going all the way to the edge. If I have a little bit of wood showing, I think that's fine. And just smoothing that out so the Mod Podge goes through that too to keep it nice and glued down. Just kind of centering it on there. It does have that like sewn seam on the bottom, but that's okay. We're going to be covering that area anyway, so that will finish that all off anyway. Here is the top half of the garden flag that we cut off. And I'm going to do the same thing that I did on the bottom half. I'm going to start with the halfway point there, do a layer of Mod Podge all over my little wood shelf and lay that on there, gluing that down. Isn't that scene beautiful? I thought about just using this as a garden flag in my landscaping. I might have to go back and get another one. It's so cute. But this is going to look great, I think, out in my Florida room. And I think it's going to really go. I'm trying to make it, I have a lot of like light blue curtains out there, tropical furniture covers. So I really want to go with fun, beachy vibe out there for the summer. And so I just cut off that once I get it dry, like I did the other one, and we have one more sign left here. I'm just going to cut the hanger off, pull the little plastic piece out of the flag, and Mod Podge 2/3 of that sign to the top of the flag as well. Just centering that on there and leaving a little bit of the border as well. I did have to add a little bit more Mod Podge to the top there because you had a couple layers of fabric. I don't want to cut any of that down. I'm just going to leave it all on there all together. Okay, we have our 4 pieces of our little relaxed beach sign. And I thought burlap would look really cute because it's going to be coastal. So this is that wired burlap ribbon from the Dollar Tree. And I really like that color. It kind of reminds me of sand. I think that's going to work well. The only thing is you can see through it. And you can see the flag through it as opposed to like the raw wood on the shelf sign. So I am going to do a little bit of painting here. I'm going to paint the shelf and the like very top of the flag white so that when you can see through the burlap, it's going to look a little bit better and a little bit more uniform. Otherwise, you could double up your burlap maybe so that you couldn't see through it as much. But I think this is gonna work. So I just need the top and the bottom. I'm gonna do the same thing here. I about know how big my ribbon is and how much I need to cover, basically just the seam of this one. Painted white. I think that's gonna work. So I'm going to dry that paint and then we can go ahead and attach our ribbon to it. Which was pretty easy. I'm just trying to cut a straight edge there on my ribbon to start with and cut that down to size. Just by laying it on there to see how big I need it. And I was trying to determine if I should hot glue it, but I thought the hot glue might go through the ribbon and not look very pretty. So I just do a thick layer of Mod Podge. I did find that It didn't want to stick too well, so I do go over the top of it with more Mod Podge. It's going to dry clear, so it will look fine in the end, but I wanted to make sure that this definitely stayed down. Now, there's still kind of a little bit of a seam there, and to break it up, I thought I would also use some of the Shore Living ribbon. This one is the starfish one. I think that's going to look really cute on there and provide another little decorative touch. I do end up using hot glue there for the very edge to make sure it stays in place. It was a little loose, and then I hot glue down this ribbon, and that worked just fine. And I think that's a nice contrast with the design here. And it definitely took care of the top and the bottom of this sign being too big. So just on the bottom, same thing. We're going to cut the burlap ribbon down, Mod Podge it on. Also Mod Podging over the top to get it good and wet so we can glue that down. And then I'm going to go back and attach some of that Shore Living ribbon to it as well. So I hot glue the little lip on top of my flag and some starfish ribbon to finish it off. Now all we have to do is put all of these 4 little shelf signs together to create one big slatted sign. And I thought the easiest thing for that would be just use some of the twine or rope that came with the shelves, and we can attach it all together. So I'm just going to flip over all of my pieces. I kind of want to leave like a little bit of space in between each sign. So I'm kind of trying to measure that out a little bit. Like that. And then take one of those twine pieces that came with the shelves. I'm just going to tie a knot in the end of mine. And using my staple gun, I'm just going to start stapling that on all of my signs. I wanted to make sure those were thick enough for my staples, and they totally are. So we're going to go with this. So I'm just going to leave a little space using 2 staples on each sign until I get to the top. I'm going to leave that same piece from the hanger, right? Kind of measure out how big I need, and then just start stapling that same rope down the other side, kind of everywhere where they had a hole originally. I am stapling that down, and then at the very bottom, I will tie a knot to secure that. So easy and functional. And here is our little relaxed garden flag sign. I think it looks so cute. I think it'll hold up well outside because it's made out of that garden flag material. And let me show you how it looks hanging up. So let's get started. The first one, I'm going to use a Shore Living plate charger. It is blue and it is really pretty. And I am going to try to make this into a coastal mirror. I saw something at Kirkland's, really expensive. Let me post a picture of what I saw. Here it is. It's a painted nautical rope wood framed wall mirror. And I thought that that was really cute. And I knew I could make this with just a couple items from the Dollar Tree. Do you see the price on that? Crazy. So we're going to make maybe a smaller version. So I am going to use a Dollar Tree mirror. This is just one of their round mirrors. I just peel the paper off the back, and this was super easy to remove from the frame. It was only attached with like 3 dots of like glue. So I think that's going to be the perfect size to fit in the middle of the charger. It's already got like a great color. But I want to do like every third one a different color, like kind of like what they did on my inspiration piece. And so I'm just going to start painting. Now, there is a little groove in between the little flutes of the side of the plate, so it makes it really easy to paint, stay inside your line, and not have to tape anything. So I'm just going to go every third with this color. This is Caribbean blue acrylic paint. And I'm going to leave one that existing color of blue with the black distressing on there because I think that looks really pretty. And yes, I did go around and count every single one of these little sections of the plate to make sure it was divisible by 3. And yay, it was. So this was super easy to do. So I am just skipping to painting every single one Caribbean blue. And then we're going to go in there and add another color. I really appreciate the fact that this was easy to paint without having to tape it for sure. And I think that color looks really nice with the blue that's already on there. So I give that a quick dry, and then I want to go in with like a driftwood color, and I don't really have any paint that color, so I'm going to kind of make it by mixing a little bit of ivory acrylic with some Antique Wax by Waverly. I love that finish it gives. I use it a lot. Just trying to mix it until I get it the way I like it, and then we're going to go in and paint every third this driftwood color too. So I just pick one. I'm going to do it right next to the blue one. And make sure you get your paint dry. You don't want them like bleeding into each other. And I'm just using a small brush from the Dollar Tree. And you have to go over it a couple times, but I don't really want great coverage. I think it's going to kind of add to the distressed element of the piece. And this was probably the easiest DIY we did today. This was really easy to put together, and it turned out so pretty. I just love it. So every third, we're making a driftwood color. And I do want to kind of go over the whole thing with a little ivory to distress it, just to give it more of that coastal farmhouse vibe. So I'm just using a chunky brush from the Dollar Tree and just kind of pulling it away from the edges to stress the outside edge. If you get a little too much on there, you can always blend it or wipe it a little bit with a baby wipe. I also go in and kind of pull from the inside too, just to kind of distress that inner edge as well. Now here is the mirror. I think it's going to fit in there really nicely with enough room to do a rope border like they had in there. So I'm just going to put down a lot of hot glue here to make sure this mirror stays in place. And there is my camera. So we're just going to make sure that is glued down well, and then we can add the rope to this project. I'm going to use some of the Dollar Tree brown rope. I decided on the thicker one. You could totally get away with the smaller one as well. I kind of went back and forth whether I wanted to do 1 or 2 rows like they did, and I ended up going ahead and doing 2 rows. So I'm just going to pick a place to start, and we can start gluing that around. Now, I do kind of want to burn the fuzzies off first, and so that's what I'm going to do. And I kind of end up burning the fuzzies off of all of this because it was a little rough. Once you get it in there, you're not going to be able to clean it up at all. So that's always an important step, especially on something like this mirror where I don't want a lot of fuzz happening to block the mirror. So I just do a bead of hot glue, and we're just going to start doing like one section at a time. I am gluing this up against the edge of the little charger plate. And if you do like a quarter at a time, you can kind of still work with your hot glue while it is nice and wet. And we're going to do that all the way around. Now, honestly, the one piece of rope really almost filled the entire seam in. There was a little bit of a gap. And the original piece did have 2 pieces of rope to go around the inside, so that is why I chose to do another row. So I'm just going to start at the bottom, the same place that I had the seam on the first one, just to kind of make it consistent. And we're going to glue that all around. You're getting some behind the scenes action with this mirror. You get to see my lights, you get to see my camera. So we glued a second row of rope. Now, the original Kirkland's piece also had like a row around the edges. And I want mine to truly be on the edge. And so I am just doing a bead of hot glue directly on the edge of the charger and gluing that to it. That's going to frame it out really nicely and give it that same vibe and look as the Kirkland's one. And just like before, we're going to do like one section at a time to make sure that our hot glue doesn't set up on us. And I don't want to get too much on the paint. Do have a few little strings, but all I got to do is kind of peel that off the mirror and clean everything up, and we should be good to go. I do the seam at the bottom just like I did the other ones. And that's going to be the bottom of my mirror. It's super cute and very lightweight, so I think it's going to be easy to hang because, again, the plastic charger is just a lightweight plastic plate and the mirror is not very heavy either. So just cleaning up any excess hot glue and trimming off any of the fuzzies that are still there. And we have a mirror. I think it turned out so cute. Very coastal. I just flip it over and I'm going to make a super easy hanger just by taking a loop of twine and tying it to itself there at the end to make a little hanger for the back. It's going to be hidden back here. Going to attach it right to the middle of the charger. And then since it is a mirror, I wanted to give a little extra reinforcement back there. So I'm going to take some burlap from the Dollar Tree and just glue that on top of the knot just to secure it a little bit, but I think it's going to be fine. And we did it. We have our first Shore Living DIY, this little coastal mirror. It's so cute. Just need to clean the mirror. And here was the starter inspiration piece from Kirkland's, $200 on sale for $150. And here is the one that I recreated. This first one is probably the most intense, but it's also probably one of my favorites, so I thought I would show you first. We're going to use 2 of those little plastic shell plates from the Shore Living line at Dollar Tree. And I want to combine them with one of those little Dollar Tree baseballs and light that up with a solar light. So it kind of looks like, you know, like a pearl inside of an oyster. It's kind of an idea I had, and I thought we could maybe pull it off if I can find a way to light up the ball with it. Now, I don't want this to stand out like too much. This is just the very top of the solar light from the Dollar Tree, and it's silver. They come in like silver and black, I think. I just go over and paint like all the silver parts just white with some white acrylic paint just to kind of make it blend in like a little bit with the ball. It is going to have to stick out from the shape of the pearl. There was really no way around that, but I think if I paint it white a little bit, it will make it blend in a little bit. So I want to go ahead and start constructing this thing. Now, originally I wanted to drill a hole in the middle and try to attach it to the stake. So I just used a screw to drill a hole in the middle. You might want to use a drill bit because the plastic does kind of split on these pretty easily. But I'm also just going to drill some extra holes in the bottom so that it won't hold water just because of the shape of the shell. I think it might hold water if it doesn't have some drainage holes. Now, again, I was going to attach it to the stake, the little, you know, light came on, and I was gonna try to do that with like screwing it into clay inside the pole, but I started it, but I just didn't think it was gonna work. So I'm just gonna weigh it down with just a wood circle from the Dollar Tree, just because it's so lightweight. I don't want it like tipping over, and I want to be able to use this outside. If I find a way to attach it to a stick, I'll have to let you guys know, but I just use a Dollar Tree screw that down into the wood. That way I kind of have just a steady base that I can kind of build it. Then I had to figure out how I'm going to be able to put the two shells together to make them look like one and make it look like it's open. So what I decided was I could screw them on. This project took me a while because at first I tried wiring them and that didn't really work. And so the screwing method worked way better. But what I just do is I go in and drill 3 holes. I thought that would probably make it sturdier. Right here at the back of the base. Like that. And then I'm going to go in the top of the shell and do like the same 3 holes on that. You might want to mark it so you get them all in the right spot. I think I got like 2 in the right spot. So I did have to kind of fix it. But I want to kind of match those holes up together so we can put this together to make a nice strong piece. Now I didn't really have like any short screws that would be able to work through there. All I had was like the Dollar Tree screws there, like they were kind of like a medium size. And so that's what we're gonna use. They're gonna be a little too long, but that's okay. I just go ahead and fix my holes so they line up properly. And then using those screws, I'm going to screw all the way through. Since the holes were already like pre-drilled in the plastic, it's going to be a lot safer. I don't want to break my dishes. So that's another reason I'm going to use just a manual screwdriver instead of my power drill, because I didn't want to split the plastic or anything like that. I mean, it's fairly strong, but you know, working with it like this, maybe not so much. So just a matter of getting your holes to line up for this. And I'm just screwing from the inside of the shell back. And yes, the screws do stick out in the back. I'll show you how I overcame that. But it actually worked pretty well. It seems pretty strong like this. So here is my 3rd and final screw. Just try to make sure you get it all lined up, got those all tight. And these are the screws that are pointing out of the back. So I have that clay that I was going to use to try to make it into a stake. So I thought I would just use that. Just air dry clay from the Dollar Tree. I just put it over my screws. But again, if you had screws that were shorter, it might work better. Or even if you had like a machine screw with like a nut, that would work as well. But we're going to work with what we've got here. And I got to this point, and I love like the iridescence of the shell. I was trying to decide if I wanted to paint it or not. The little plastic ball is white already. It does have the little lines on it, but that's okay. You know, it's not exactly like a pearl, but hey, it came from the Dollar Tree, so we'll make it work. And I just drill a hole right in there with one of my larger drill bits so I can stick the little light bulb down inside to light up our pearl like that. And that way it'll make it really easy. If I need to change out solar lights, I can just pop it off and pop another one on. This is when I realized that I probably do want to paint it. So I probably should have done this step before I put it on a base. So I just unscrew it from the base so that we can paint the back of the shells. I kind of wanted it to make it look a little bit more realistic. So I'm just mixing together some ivory acrylic and some Antique Wax by Waverly and get me a nice like tan color. And I'm just going all over with this with a brush, trying to get in all the places. I'm not using a chalk paint or anything like that, but I actually did get pretty good coverage. And that allowed me to paint over like the, you know, clay part too there. To kind of cover that up where we made the little screw cover. And I do that on the top here as well. But I'm going to leave the inside that beautiful iridescent, like it would look like inside of a shell. That's kind of what I'm going for. And I think that kind of brings it out more when you paint the back of these. So I'm glad that I decided to do that. Once I got that dry with the tan, I just go over it with ivory and a chunky brush. And we're just going to try to bring out all that great detail on the shell by just stressing that on there. Just a pretty simple paint job, but you guys know I love DIYing with these shell plates from the Shore Living line at Dollar Tree, and I love making these shells and kind of making them look a little bit more realistic. So this is another DIY with that. Now, I know a lot of you guys are saying that your shore living items are gone at your Dollar Tree, but I wanted to remind you to keep checking because like I was just at a Dollar Tree today that didn't put the items out until after Easter, and they just put more stuff out today. So they might still have some. I also went in and just painted the base that same tan color, just to make it blend in. And look how cool it looks now with that like shell background with that beautiful iridescence inside. I think it's so pretty. So I'm just going to use my screw it back onto my base. And you know, you could probably use this down in your landscaping with a base like that instead of a stake. It might tip over if it's windy though. I actually ended up putting mine on a table next to my front door, so it's a little bit protected and it looks so cute. So here's our little pearl. Now I wanted something kind of weatherproof, so I picked up some of this super glue epoxy from the Dollar Tree to try to glue down our little pearl inside of our shell. It didn't want to work too good, but I did get a little bit in there, mixed it up. And, you know, it's kind of wet, so it wasn't going to dry like quickly like I needed to. So I did use a little bit of hot glue as well, just trying to make sure they didn't really touch the glues. And then I just positioned my little pearl kind of like with the little solar light leaning over to the side to kind of make it look intentional. And there it is. What do you guys think about this little solar light DIY? I think it is so whimsical and fun. This is what it looks like in the daylight. So it's still like super cute in the daylight, super sparkly with our little pearl in there as well. And then I will also show you what it looks like outside on my front porch. The first DIY we're going to make today is a beautiful lighthouse. We're going to start with one of these bud vases from the Dollar Tree. It's kind of got that shape already of a lighthouse. And I'm going to use burlap and convert this into a candle holder that looks like a lighthouse. So I'm going to have a lot of lighthouse DIYs today, and that is in honor of one of my Crafty Beach viewers that passed away recently. Her name was Gail Dix. Her daughter Melinda is one of my Crafty Beach Mom members, and they really enjoyed lighthouses, and she requested some lighthouses in honor of her mother. So I really hope that Melinda enjoys these DIYs today, and we're so sorry for your loss. So the first DIY, we're going to cover the vase with white burlap. This is that white burlap that they had in for the Dollar Tree recently with the Shore Living line, but you can kind of get this pretty much anywhere if you want to do the same color. I really like the white burlap because I think it's an interesting take on it. So I'm just cutting down enough of the burlap that I can cover the entire vase with that. And then we can kind of decorate it from there. I kind of thought about painting stripes on it to begin with, but you know, it's kind of an odd shape, so the stripes might go all over the place if they were like on there originally. And I'm glad I didn't because I ended up doing something else for the stripes. But I'm trying to figure out like how to like roll this exactly where it's going to be tight against the vase, but still look nice. And I think I figured it out. So I'm going to do a bead of hot glue right here, kind of do it straight up the side, kind of flush with the bottom. I'm going to put a little hot glue there to secure it too. I do have it too long on the top, and I kind of did that on purpose because I didn't know like the angles this was going to end up in, because I need to pull it tighter around the skinnier part of the vase. And so I just glue that part down too. I'm trying to get it like glued in a straight line here where I can cut off my excess burlap and kind of have like a seam that can go on the back of my lighthouse. So that looks pretty good. I'm going to cut down the excess burlap here. And then as you can see, it kind of like, I had to shape it kind of like a cone. So I'm going to need to trim up the bottom and the top. And I'm just going to go all the way to the top. I want to expose the glass on the top of the vase so I have something to glue the candle holder to. So that looks pretty good so far. I'm just going to reinforce that with a little bit more hot glue. And then we can start decorating this cute little lighthouse. I thought for stripes, this blue ribbon from the Dollar Tree, it's kind of like a, almost like a denim plaid. I don't really know how to explain it, but I thought this would make a great stripe, and it's gonna go well with the blue candle we're going to use on the top of this candle holder. So I just glue it to the bottom, and then just working my way up, just winding it around. I was trying to decide if I wanted like the 4th stripe on the front. I decided to go ahead and cut it off back here on that back seam. So there'll be like 3 stripes visible in the front, just making sure that it is tight. And that is like a perfect lighthouse stripe and so easy to do with a ribbon. Now, I also wanted to do like little windows on the front of the lighthouse. And so I'm going to use one of these burlap bags from the Dollar Tree. I love this like synthetic burlap because it's like plastic backed. It's really easy to cut and it doesn't fray, but it's going to give me that nice coastal feel of burlap. And so I'm just going to cut out like 3 little windows for each little section of the lighthouse. I'm not really going to do a door. I'm just going to do the windows in that like classic like arch shaped. So I'm just trying to cut all 3 of those down to about the same size. And I think that looks like very, you know, soft and beachy. And it's totally going to go with the colors. I wanted to use like a lot of woods, burlaps, like soft beachy colors for this candle holder, and it turned out so cute. I was so pleased with the results. So I just hot glued all 3 of my windows, kind of like trying to keep them in a straight line. And I think that looks pretty good so far. Now I want to like have a base to this because I want to make it into a functional candle holder. So I want it to be super strong. I don't want it to tip over or anything. So I'm going to use one of these little wood slice signs from the Dollar Tree. I'm just going to remove the hanger from it and you get a really nice sized wood slice. I thought that'd make the perfect base for this lighthouse. It's nice and large. I can decorate it with pebbles and stuff to give it that like shore feel. And I kind of want it to be really durable. So I'm going to use some of this like multi-purpose cement from the Dollar Tree. It's kind of like an E6000 right around the edges. And then a little pool of hot glue in the center for that quick hold. But I think this is going to make it a little bit more durable than just using the hot glue alone. And I just sit it on top and glue that into place. I'm going to kind of sit that to the side and we can start working on the top part of this lighthouse. Now I'm going to use just a Dollar Tree mason jar lid for this part. I want to make that little section of the lighthouse that has like, it's almost like a round balcony, and that is actually going to hold the blue candle holder, which is going to be the light part, the top part of our lighthouse. So I picked up this little like beachy blue color jar candle also from Dollar Tree. And it's just a matter of getting this sticky tag off. I just used some glue gun and a scraper. And this is going to be so fun because I can actually light it. So very cool. Instead of like, you know, a battery operated candle or something like that, we're going to have a real candle on the top of this lighthouse. So once I get it all cleaned up, then I can start working on the little base it's going to sit in. It fits perfectly in that mason jar lid. And again, it's a mason jar lid, so it's like 2 different pieces, but that's okay. We're going to kind of make that work for us. So I'm going to go ahead and put, you know, the inner part of the lid on first. Just gluing it, you know, regularly upright. Again, using that multi-purpose cement since we're working with glass. And I really want this to be durable. I just center that right on there, pushing that down, gluing that to the glass jar, which is why I kind of left the burlap off that section so I could get good contact with the glass there to glue this part on. And as you can see, it's kind of got raised edges. It's the perfect size for those little jar candles from the Dollar Tree. And if you wanted to switch up your colors, they have those little jar candles in all different colors. Now I don't even know what this part of the lighthouse is called, but I noticed a lot of lighthouses have this almost like a little balcony up there with little posts and rope wrapped around it. And so I thought we could kind of recreate that with some toothpicks. So what I do is I just trim the sharp end off of my toothpicks and then just cut them in half. And I was doing 3 at a time because I knew that we would need quite a few little toothpicks to make little tiny dowels to go around the side of that. Once I get them all cut down, we can start building that out, but this is what it looks like so far. The glue is starting to dry there on our lighthouse, and I'm gonna go ahead and start on this section. So I'm gonna sit this down on top of it, putting the jar lid back together. So it's gonna be upright as well, but it's gonna have these little posts of little toothpicks standing straight up. So there's quite a few I need to add. So I just, put a little bit of hot glue down, try to do 4 at a time before my hot glue sets up, trying to get them relatively level. It's okay if you don't get them quite level though, because you can always just trim them up with your scissors. The toothpicks are really easy to cut. So just going to go all the way around, just kind of eyeballing the spacing on those. And this gave me a great effect. I'm so glad that I decided to do this on this lighthouse DIY. Now I wanted some rope to kind of tie them all together and kind of make it, stronger because they're just hot glued on there. It looks kind of haphazard. So I take some Dollar Tree twine and a little hot glue, and we are going to secure all those little toothpicks in place, but we're also going to wrap the lid, and it's going to give it, a better appearance. It's going to look less like a jar lid and part of the lighthouse design. But it's not going to interfere with anything. All the decorations there are on the outside of the jar lid. I'm just trimming down any that are a little bit longer than the others. And then I also wanted to use twine to go around and connect all of the little beams together. And you could use that same twine from the Dollar Tree. I'm just burning off the fuzzies. You can see what we have there so far. I did have a different kind of twine though, like the brown and white twine from the Dollar Tree. And just to mix it up, I'm going to switch colors here. And I just need a piece to go around. And I'm not going to tie it on each one of the toothpicks because that would take forever. I'm just going to use a dot of hot glue on each toothpick and just kind of glue that around for the top of it. Just checking to make sure that my candle still fits in here and it fits like a glove. So I just glue 2 to 3 at a time. I don't want to make too much of a mess with hot glue, but I don't want it to dry before I get my rope on there as well. I just work my way all the way around, and this provided such a fun touch, and it's super functional here for the candle holder. And since it is a glass jar candle holder, it's all enclosed in glass, so I don't really have to worry too much about this part being flammable because it's not going to be anywhere near the candle when it's lit. But that's what that little section of the lighthouse, if anybody knows what that's called, you'll have to let me know. And I just sit that right down on top of the lid, kind of putting the lid back together, and it performs that great base for the candle. I'm going to go ahead and glue my candle down to that little jar lid, just to kind of make it a little bit more stable. And if I'm going to be able to switch it out. I think I might need a new lid since I did glue it down, but I thought that would make it more stable. But, you don't have to do that step. So that's what it looks like so far, our little candle holder. I'm also going to use the jar lid. That's going to look like, the top of the lighthouse as well. But a lot of times there's like a little like round piece on the very top of a lighthouse. So I thought we could use like one of these little beachy color glass gems from the Dollar Tree and just glue one of those to the top of the lid. It's not going to interfere with anything, but it's going to kind of add to the lighthouse feel. And easy peasy, I'm just going to attach that to the glass lid with just a little bit of hot glue. Just like that. And now we can just put the little lid back on the little jar candle. And now most of the lighthouse is complete. I did want to decorate the base of it with some pebbles or rocks. So I decided to use like the little white rocks from the Dollar Tree. I was trying to decide between that and the blue ones. I decided to go with the white, but I think either one would look really cute. And I'm just doing like about half of the wood slice with a thick layer of school glue. And we are going to glue these little pebbles down. This is something that you might want to put something down for. It's going to make a little bit of a mess, but I just sprinkle the little white pebbles all over the school glue. You can also use tacky glue for this. I usually do use tacky glue for the pebbles, but for some reason I just grabbed the school glue, but I think it's going to do a decent job as well. And so I just did the other half as well, and then I like to glue it on top to make it more secure. And I like to use this little aerosol spray glue that I get at the Dollar Tree and spray that all over. I did give it a couple sprays of that. And then we're going to set it aside to let that dry, but it turned out so cute. Check out my little candle holder, a lighthouse with a little blue candle on top. I love the different textures of the burlap. I think it looks so beachy and fun. And I think it's also super sturdy and functional. I don't really have a problem with lighting this candle. It's not super tall, and with that base and everything, I think it will be super stable. Okay, the next DIY, I'm going to do a little hot plate for my kitchen, and I found this one at Dollar Tree the other day, and it's different than any one I've ever crafted from Dollar Tree before. It's clear glass. It's not like the one that's got like all the texture on one side, if you know what I mean. I've done DIYs with that one with sublimation before, and I wanted to try something a little bit easier than sublimation for this one. And so the first step is just to remove all of the little feet. I'm just going to pry them off. They did leave a little bit of glue residue on that glass, and so I used a combination of heat. I actually had to get in there with a little bit of Goo Gone too to get it all off there because I wanted to clean the surface. I am saving the feet because I do need them for my hot plate, but right now I need a clean surface because we are going to put an image under this to make our own custom little beach hot plate for the kitchen. So I just used Goo Gone, got all the residue off. I also used like some glass cleaner to try to really get it clean. And I'm going to back the bottom of it with some of this adhesive cork. This is going to kind of act like a little bit of an insulator for the hot plate, and it is the perfect size. It is 7.75 inches, I believe, which is exactly how wide the square and I think the circle. I definitely know the circle one. And I just flipped it over and used a Sharpie to kind of draw my design on here. I have used my Cricut to cut these out before, which cut a perfect circle, but it had a border and it actually cut some of it off. So this way was actually better. And then I just cut it. This is just the adhesive backing on the back of that cork board, and we're just going to cut that down to size, doing our best to cut out a circle. It really doesn't have to be perfect. It's going to be kind of tucked away under the edges, so just trying it on for size. Now it's time for the image. I designed a really fun image and I will share this file for you. You can print it out. I just printed mine out on regular printer paper. And I cut it down. The file should be exact to size if you print it 100%. Hopefully it'll download the same way that I uploaded it. But if not, 7.75 inches is how big I think one of these little hot plates are. So I'm just doing my best to cut out a circle, making sure this is dry. We're gonna Mod Podge that image to the bottom of the hot plate. So it's gonna be kind of nested in between that and the cork. It's gonna kind of protect it, and I'm gonna Mod Podge it. Now, I used a foam brush because that was recommended for glass. I'm not sure if I did too thick of a coat. It does look a little bit thick, but see those brush strokes? I did get streaking in it, and I did read online afterwards that if you use like the little stencil dauber, like foam brushes from the Dollar Tree, you can daub all over and you're not gonna get those streaks. So that might be a tip I try next time. But I just laid my image face down on there, and I tried pushing it down and making sure it was flat and all connected to the Mod Podge. Now I'm gonna give it a quick dry with my heat gun and go back with more Mod Podge to help seal that in. I don't like submerge these, like to wash them or anything like that. I just usually just use like a sponge on top just to wipe these down whenever I DIY these. So I'm not too worried about there being paper in there, but just in case, I am going to try to seal it the best that I can. Now here is the adhesive cork. All you got to do is peel it off. It's like a really sticky sticker. And then just line that up, stick that right on the bottom, and push down. And you know, I think this way was even easier than sublimation. Mod Podge is, you know, you can do so much with that. Now, if you don't get your cork on there perfect, you can always just trim it up with a pair of scissors. And that's what I'm doing, just making sure none of that is kind of protruding from the sides and it looks nice and round. Now you can kind of see that streaking that I was talking about. I did just make all these DIYs tonight and today, so I hope that they'll go away. I tried heating it up with my heat gun, but it didn't really seem to make too big of a difference. I do hope it goes away though. And I'm just going to hot glue my little feet back on to the cork bottom. Just kind of spreading those out all four corners there. And this little beach kitchen DIY is complete. We have a little sea turtle. It's a beautiful watercolor image here, and I will share this. I'll share it on my Google Drive for you to print that out yourself. I just hope that those streaks will go away. Have you guys ever Mod Podged on glass and had streaks like that? I was kind of surprised. Next time I will try like the stencil daubers from the Dollar Tree and see if that works better. The first DIY, I want to turn this little wood sign from the Dollar Tree into a really beautiful decorative palm tree. So I kind of want that palm tree trunk shape where, you know, it's like wider at the bottom and it slightly goes up towards the top, giving that cool palm tree shape. And so I thought I could maybe get that with some of these popsicle craft sticks. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hot glue this on. And I just make sure that the bottom part is hanging completely off the sign, like that, with the top part secured to the sign. So I'm going to go ahead and do that on both sides. And I just kind of want to build out the bottom of this. And I wanted something strong for this so that it would give it the same structure that the wood sign is giving it. So popsicle sticks worked out perfectly. Now on this one, I'm just going to glue it side to side with the first one. So this one is kind of completely hanging out over the edges. So I will have to go back and reinforce that a little bit, but I just do a bead of hot glue along the edge and stick it next to the first one. Now I want to continue that slow, gradual bend of the outside of the tree. So I also do a popsicle on each side of the top, kind of continuing the same line from the outside. Now, I think that looks pretty good. I think that's going to work. And I couldn't really find anything that was like shaped like this already, so I just kind of had to make it myself. Now, to reinforce the back, I just cut a popsicle stick in half and hot glue that onto the back to make that a little bit stronger. And we're going to wrap all this in burlap, so you won't be able to see any of that. It's just going to provide a structure. Now, this is the burlap that I'm going to use. This is the burlap ribbon from the Dollar Tree. I love this stuff. If you're not lucky enough to find this, you can always use the rolled burlap from Dollar Tree as well. I kind of wanted the wraparound look for mine, so it would kind of have lines and graduations on it. I think that kind of looks like a palm tree, so I just start by hot gluing it to the back and wrapping it around. Now, with the shape being kind of unique, it didn't want to wrap super tight, so I'm just kind of getting it the best I can, and then I'll go back and kind of glue my different layers of burlap together to make it look not so loose. So basically, I want to cover the sign and any of the popsicle sticks that you could see. I cut it, glue it to the back, and also kind of glue it shut along the bottom. And then I'm going to go back and just trim the bottom just to kind of make it look straighter here at the bottom and not kind of a hot mess there. Now, again, the layers were a little bit loose, so I want to glue them. I'm just going to use some tacky glue from Dollar Tree. I thought this would work better than hot glue because the hot glue, you can kind of see it through, burlap sometimes when you use it. So I just do a bead of tacky glue underneath each burlap seam and glue that to the piece before it, and that just kind of made it look a little bit better. Now, I saw a palm tree online that kind of inspired me to make this. I kind of wanted to do my own version of this. And a lot of the ones that I've seen had a lot of shells on the trunk of the tree, but I kind of like the simplicity of just the burlap on the trunk of the tree. So I'm going to leave it like that. Now, for the palm fronds, I wanted something that I could cut that's flexible, that, is going to have a little bit of structure. So I thought one of these placemats from the Dollar Tree would be perfect. Now, mine is green. It doesn't matter what color yours is because you're probably not going to be able to see it. So I just start out by cutting it in half. I wanted this circular shape because I thought I could get nice arching leaves coming down the sides of the palm tree. So I just cut 3 rows out from that because I don't want it to be super wide. And I do that for both sides. What I want to do is have enough structure to do 4 leaves for the palm tree, 2 on each side. So then I cut each one of those in half, and it leaves me with these 4 pieces. With it being green like that, it kind of already looks like a palm tree, right? But we're going to take this to a whole another level, don't worry. So I like it, but I kind of wanted the ends of the palm fronds to be a little bit more pointed. And so instead of 3, I'm going to kind of make it 1 row at the tip. So I just kind of cut that gradually up, making it skinnier. That way my palm frond that I'm going to make on there will have a skinnier tip, like a palm frond would. So I just go ahead and do that on all 4 of these pieces. I think 4 is definitely enough because we're going to kind of build this out. We want plenty of room for our palm fronds that we're going to build on here. So I think that's going to work. Now to build the palm fronds, what am I going to use? I'm going to use a luau skirt. So this is the adult luau skirt from the Dollar Tree. It doesn't matter if you use the adult or the child one. It's just a great source of raffia from the Dollar Tree. And you can usually take advantage of the fact that it's tied to a string like that. the pieces are a little too long for what I need it to be, so the little knots on the end really don't do me any good here. But this first palm frond was kind of an experiment because I'd never made one before, so I didn't really know what I'm doing. But by the time I get to the second one, I was a pro with this. So I want like pieces of the grass skirt or raffia to be sticking out on the sides like that. On both sides, you know, kind of like a palm frond. Now, I was starting doing it, gluing it, cutting it like that. And I kind of wanted it to be more like leaning forward than that. Like, they're a little too straight, that first row, but I'm going to go ahead and leave it and kind of keep building from there. But I do want it to kind of be angled down a little bit because that's kind of how palm fronds hang. So the next piece I just kind of overlap, kind of getting a more down direction on those. And I kind of do the same strategy where I'm just gluing a bundle at a time and trimming it down to size. Now, I was thinking there has to be an easier way to do this. What if I do both sides at once? So what I did is I cut like a bundle that's twice as long, and then I just glued it in the middle like that, and then kind of bending it down so that both sides are kind of like veering down like a palm frond. And I think that's going to work a lot better like that. Now, since I'd already started at the top, only doing one side, I do kind of have to go back and like fill in the area that didn't have anything just by cutting a bundle down to size and hot gluing that to the placemat. And you can already kind of see that like palm frond feel that we're going to get from this. This project turned out so beautiful. Haven't decided where I'm going to display it yet, but I love it. It is definitely a work of art. So I just finished all the way down, and then my camera died, but all I did was trim off the little bit of fabric that I still had at the end. And it's got this nice palm frond shape. I'm going to go in and trim it down, kind of give it more of the shape of a palm frond. And then I don't want it to look like super perfect. I want it to kind of look jagged and like all of the palm fronds are like a little bit different lengths. So I do go back and kind of cut it separately, you know, just to make it look like separate lengths. I also secure some of them down a little bit just to make sure that I really don't want any of the green showing. So I just trim down a little bit more here at the end. And I think that one is ready to go. Now, I do plan to put rope down the center, so you don't have to worry if you have like a lot of hot glue there in the middle. But I think I'll wait until I get all 4 of my palm fronds done before I add the rope. I think that would just be easier. So I told you I was a pro by this point, so I'm just cutting my bundles double length and then cutting multiple at once. So I had this huge pile of palm fronds and gluing them down. Now, that might be a little bit too much to do at once because you do kind of want that angle. So I kind of split that in half. And just do a bead of hot glue down the center of the palm frond. And I'm kind of bending them, as you can see, so they'll kind of fall down. But I'm definitely doing more at a time than I did before. And definitely doing both sides at the same time is the way to do it, because this is kind of a time-consuming process. So you're going to want to try to speed it up as much as you can. So I just keep doing the same thing. I take like 3 or 4 of the little bundles off of the grass skirt and cut them all at once. I'm trimming the excess fabric at the end and finishing that off with a few more pieces of the grass skirt. And then like I did before, I just kind of cut it down into that palm leaf shape. And then I go back and trim it a little bit just to give it some fun jagged edges. Now you've watched me make 2 of these and I have 2 more to make, but I think you've got the gist. So what I do is I'm going to take these, trim them down before, which makes it a little bit easier, just making them a little bit shorter. But I'm going to take both of these and do the same thing to them that I did on the other 2. And this is how they turned out. So we have 4 of the little raffia palm fronds. And don't they look really cool? I'm loving them. So I kind of want to arrange them not super symmetrical. So I'm going to make this one kind of the highest one. And I just attach it to the burlap sign with a little bit of hot glue. I think it has like enough structure to stand up on its own with that placemat under it. This one I'm going to glue down here, kind of slightly overlapping the first one. And then this one is going to go up, but not quite as high as the other side. I don't want it to be symmetrical. And then we'll glue our remaining one down right here. So that's what we have so far. I think it's looking really super cute. This is kind of the structure. I still have the hanger. And everything is kind of standing up all on its own. I was torn about what to use. I thought about using foam board underneath the palm fronds, but I think the placemat worked out perfectly. Now, I told you before that we were going to use rope to go down the center of each one of those. So I'm just using Dollar Tree rope. This is like the thinner brown rope they have at the Dollar Tree. And I just kind of cut it down to size. And we're just going to hot glue down to the center, kind of covering up all the areas that we glued the palm fronds down. It's going to like further secure it too. And it's going to add like just another coastal touch. So I'm going to go ahead and do that on all 4 of our palm fronds. Now for the bottom 2, you could kind of use one piece of rope and go from one to the other. I used 2 pieces, but after I went ahead and put them on, I thought I could have just continued that same rope and went down the other side. So that might be something you might want to try. Or you could do 4 pieces like this. And so we have all of our rope down. I think this provides just another like little texture and a little bit more structure to the piece. And I'm just using my heat gun because you do want to clean up any of the excess hot glue that might be visible. Now I wanted to adorn our palm tree with seashells. So I wanted something like white, tan, something very neutral to go with the color scheme on this. So I picked up 2 bottles of these little shells from the Dollar Tree that are just like a classic shell. They're kind of white with like tan or brown on them, but they're not real patterned or bright or anything. And I start by just gluing 4 to the 4 corners here of our rope. And then I'm going to continue them along each rope all the way down the palm frond and kind of just adorning the palm tree. So I'm doing them kind of with the tip touching the rope is the direction I chose to do them. And I kind of laid them out first so I would know exactly how many would fit. And then just going back and hot gluing those to the raffia, to the little grass skirt, all the way down. Now I'm going to do the same exact thing on all 4 of the palm fronds, laying them out to see how many will fit, and then just hot gluing these on. Now, I said before that I've seen pieces made with like raffia, palm trees made with raffia, and a lot of them use different types of shells to adorn the palm trees, the palm fronds, and that's what I'm doing here, but a lot of them completely cover the the tree part as well with shells. And I think that would look really pretty too. But I kind of liked it with just the shells on the palm frond. So that is what we're going to do here. But if you decide to make yours with shells on the trunk, you'll have to be sure to log on to my Facebook group and share it with everybody because I would love to see it. Now, where I overlapped the leaves, it was a little tight in a few areas, so I do trim that up just a little bit, so it's just not sticking out a lot there. And we have all of our little seashells glued to this project. What do you guys think about this DIY? I think it's so fun. Has a great structure. It has a hanger already. It is ready to go to hang in my house, and this is how it turned out. Our little Dollar Tree raffia palm tree. I love it. beach themed tier tray. So what we're going to do is start with 2 square signs. I have these 2 square signs from the Dollar Tree. You kind of want them to have a frame or a lip on them if you can, or a thicker sign, because you kind of want them to have like a little bit of a bottom. Now, unfortunately, these sides are really hard to come off, these particular signs from the Dollar Tree. And what I'm going to have to do is end up just using them upside down like that, because I need the ledges to be on the bottom. And unfortunately, these staples, I mean, they don't want to come out. And if you lift it from the other side, it kind of breaks the surface of that sign too. So you know what? We're just going to kind of nail them in and hope that we can paint over them and kind of, you know, cover that up. But this is the color that we're going to use for our tier tray. It is Cloudless by Apple Barrel from Walmart. And I want to paint the bottom of these, going over all the staples. We're also going to paint all of the frames on the sides, because that's going to be the edges. And what I want this tier tray to look like is one of those like giant beach Adirondack chairs that you see. We have them here in Vero. A lot of the beaches that I've been to here in Florida lately have these, the big giant Adirondack chairs. Or I guess it could just be any Adirondack chair. I wanted it to look like a beach chair and actually be a tier tray. Now I'm going to do a 2-tier tray. That's why I need 2 of the signs, but I think that you could do this with like 3 if you wanted to. In my original plan, I thought I was going to be able to do 3. Might be a little tall, but it might be really cute. So as you can see, that like MDF on the back of that sign just really soaks in acrylic paint. So it is going to take several coats to get good coverage on this, but I want to cover up, you know, as much of that MDF and the staples as I can, hopefully burying some of those staples in it, also touching up all the sides. So one of these is going to be like the seat of the Adirondack chair, and then the other one is going to be like a shelf below it. And then we are going to build the whole thing out with Dollar Tree rulers. It's a great time to get the wood rulers from the Dollar Tree. And I think I calculated, I used a total of 17 of them. So you're going to need 9 packages of the rulers to recreate, because you get 2 in a package. And it's a great time to get them right now because they have them in the school supply aisle, but they also have them in, you know, their seasonal school supply stuff. So this is what they look like. They have these little stickers on them. No big deal. You just peel those off. It does leave like a little ridge in the middle. We're going to try to avoid those if we can, using the ridge side down. They also have holes in them, which I'm going to kind of work around those too. If they really bother, you could always spackle those and fill those in. But I'm just going to go ahead and just start opening all these rulers, peeling all the stickers off. Super easy. I'm kind of calculating at this point how many I'm going to need. I know I need 4 for the 4 legs of the chair. And then I was thinking, how can I build the sides of the chair? So I'm going to have like side structure. I'm going to have like the armrests, and then I'm going to do a total of 5 slats along the back for the Adirondack chair. And so that's why I just kept adding more rulers. And I'm pretty sure it was a total of 17 rulers that I used for this DIY. Now, if you wanted to make this on a smaller scale, you totally could with like jumbo popsicle sticks or something like that. But you're going to get a smaller tier tray. It's going to be harder to decorate probably because it's going to be smaller. So, you know, take that into account. And these rulers are a great source of wood. They're super strong, and I think this is going to turn out. So I counted them there, total of 17, and I thought we probably should go ahead and paint them now before we get started building this tier tray, because I think it's going to be easier to paint them now. So these are wood, unlike the MDF on the back of those signs. So they're going to paint a lot better with acrylic paint, but I just lined them all up and we're going to paint them all at once with this cloudless color. This is like my favorite beachy blue color from Walmart, and it's the Apple Barrel paint, so it's super inexpensive. Sometimes I mix some colors to get to this color, but I really like this shade of blue. Now I'm going to try to take all of the steps to the creation of this tier tray Try to take them slow so that you can recreate this on your own, because I came up with this plan all on my own, and I don't really, have a blog or anything like that with steps in it. So I want to make sure that you get every step. Now, what I'm doing here is just painting the sides of the rulers because you're going to be able to see them, and trying to kind of set up an assembly line of painting here. I think I spent half the time on this project painting, so be prepared. I guess you could always, stain the wood if you wanted that kind of look, or you could leave it natural wood and it would save you a lot of time for real. You would have to find the seats and stuff like that in a nicer looking wood than the back of the sign like I used. But that looks good. So I'm flipping all the rulers over, and we have to paint all of the back of these too because you're going to be able to see them. Now, my original plan, I wanted to use the 5-gallon paint stir sticks from Walmart. And unfortunately, they come in 3-packs. And I have one 3-pack at my house, and I was ready to build this DIY. And I was like, oh no, I have 4 legs. But if you use the 5-gallon sticks from Dollar Tree, you could make it taller and you could get that 3rd tier in if you want a 3-tier tray. But even though this is wood and it doesn't soak it up, I am going over all the rulers with like 2 coats of paint just to make sure they're good and beachy blue. So I think that looks good. We can set these aside to start drying, and then we can start putting this tier tray together. I've made some really creative tier trays in the past, like my lobster trap tier tray, but I think this one is my favorite. It turned out so cute. So what we're going to start with is our 2 blue signs now and 4 of the blue rulers. Now, I don't really want that hole to be in there, but I want the entire height. So I'm going to make the holes go to the top of the tier tray because I'm going to brace that out and hopefully be able to hide the holes in them a little bit. I do want them to have feet though too, but not much because again, I want the height. So I was trying to find something to space it out with. I ended up just using one of those little wood blocks from the Dollar Tree as a spacer and my staple gun, and I stapled my first leg onto the corner. The legs are going to be on the sides of this chair table, table. I'm like chair table. And I'm going to use that wood block for a spacer to staple on the back one. Now, with the rest of the construction, I really tried hard to use hot glue and staples, make it a little bit stronger, but I just used staples on this one to get started. It just seemed easier. If you don't have a staple gun, you could always use like some small nails as well. They sell those at the Dollar Tree, and I think you would have good luck with that too. These staples were just about the right length for most of this project, so I'm going to use my staple gun a lot. So again, using my spacer, we're going to put the 4th and final side on, just lining it all the way up against the front or the back, I guess. And this is what you have so far. So it's like the bottom kind of a bookcase almost. And now it's time to put our 2nd tier in. I was trying to decide how big I want the tiers to be. The top part there is going to be like armrest height, so it doesn't need to be as tall. And I think what I ended up doing was about 7 inches between the shelves is what I decided on. And a ruler is 12 inches. We had a little bit for the foot there, and so that kind of shows you where I put it. I'm going to put a little bit of hot glue to glue this little shelf right in place on that bottom board. And then I'm going to measure the other side, 7 inches, to make sure I get this level, and hot glue that one too. The hot glue is kind of a temporary thing to hold that into place until we can get some staples in there because that's going to reinforce it. So I'm going to go ahead and flip it over. The only thing I didn't paint was the bottom of the tiers. You could do that. It would look pretty good too if you did that. And I measure 7 inches again. We're going to tack that side down with some hot glue and finish up with the 4th and final side. Once I get them all like kind of tacked with hot glue, then I can start stapling them. I just wanted to make sure that I got like this tier level first. So I'm just going to go ahead and staple right through. I found that the staple and the hot glue kind of made it extra strong. Kind of wish I would have done that on the bottom, but again, it does feel pretty strong with just the staples. The rulers are nice and thin, so the staple goes right through them into the wood below. So we got all 4 sides all attached. Our legs, we have both of our tiers. Now, I didn't really think you'd be able to see the holes in the back of the top one because I'm going to have the back of the chair there, but you would be able to see the ones in the bottom. So even though I didn't do it before, I'm just using some Dollar Tree spackle just to fill in those holes so you can't see them in the final project. And I'm glad I did. It just made it look cleaner. So easy peasy, I just filled the 4 holes, and then we're just going to have to touch up the paint a little bit to cover that up, and we can keep building this little beach Adirondack chair tier tray. I love it. It's so much fun. Okay, so we need to build the structure for the armrest. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a ruler from side to side. So I'm going to measure from side to side, and then I'm going to take 2 rulers, one for each armrest, brace, and cut those down to size. Then I'm going to use hot glue here, and this is covering up that hole on the top of the ruler that I was concerned about. And I'm gluing like the tab side down to keep like the flat edges on the outside like that. Now, I wasn't sure if I should staple into this because I don't really have anything besides the 2 rulers, but it actually worked stapling into it, and I thought it would provide a little bit more structure. We're going to have lots of staples. I am going to paint over those to kind of hide those later. And, you know, we've already had the staples from before that we needed to hide, so I think it's going to work. So I cut down 2, one for each side. So we're going to go ahead and hot glue that in place right up against the top, side to side. And then I am going to use my staple gun to staple those into place as well. Just be careful on this one that you don't put your finger underneath of it. If you're using your staple gun, you don't want a staple going through your finger. So those are the 2 side panels. Now I kind of need a panel in the same exact place for the back of my chair. So I'm going to take another ruler that we painted blue, measure from end to end, and I'm going to cut this one down as well. Don't have a lot to glue to here besides the other 2 rulers, but I just hot glue onto both sides. And I didn't really have anything to staple to at that point, so I couldn't really staple that one in, even though I kind of wish that I would have. So this is what we have so far. It's kind of like a little bookcase, if you will, with like a shorter like top. Now for the armrest, I'm going to take another ruler and I'm going to have it go just straight to the flush with the front, and I'm going to measure to that back brace. And again, I'm going to take 2 of those rulers to my saw, cut those down, 1 armrest for each side. Then I'm going to put hot glue on the 2 rulers, the front and the back. And we're going to hot glue the little armrest in place. Nothing's really going to sit on this, so it doesn't have to be super strong. But what I did is I pushed the little ridge up against the ruler, so it's like that. There's a slight gap over the side, which overhangs, and it overhangs towards the middle of the chair where somebody would sit more. So we're going to do the same thing here on this side. Going to hot glue this in place, putting the tab on that ruler flush up against the other set of rulers. And this one, when I cut it, kind of chipped a little bit, but I'm going to hide that because it's going to be on the back of the chair. You won't be able to see it back there. Now for the back, it needs a little bit more structure than the 1 ruler. So I'm going to go ahead and cut down another piece to go flat as well. And it's going to give something for like the slats of the Adirondack chair to lean back against. So I'm just going to cut a ruler that will go from one of those armrests to the other, kind of fitting on the inside, not overlapping, because I don't want you to be able to see that on the sides. And I'm just going to attach that with hot glue, kind of pushing the ledge up against it as well. And again, I only had ruler to glue to here, so I'm going to try my best to make that as strong as possible. So I was thinking of something I could put in the gap, and I was thinking like one of these little dowels from the Dollar Tree would be great. So I put some hot glue there and then glued a dowel into place there to give something else for that to lean up against, because otherwise I didn't think it was going to be very sturdy. I also am going to use some hot glue on the corners to try to reinforce them as well, because I wasn't able to use any staples there. Then I thought, you know, if I use some masking tape, I can make it a little bit stronger. So what I did is I took masking tape and I ripped the top, the bottom, and the sides, so it kind of has like a feathered ends. That way I can use the masking tape here. I can paint over that and it's going to kind of blend in with the wood, and you really have no idea it's there, but I think it's going to provide a little bit of extra stability than just the hot glue alone. So I'm going to do the same thing here on this side. And feathering the edges, like ripping the top, bottom, and the sides of that, is kind of the key to get that to blend in. It's kind of like that wallpaper that you used to rip. I remember doing that in my master bedroom. We used to live in Philadelphia. And I think that is going to make that a lot stronger, but I don't want any of this stuff to be seen. So going to touch it up again with some of that cloudless paint, painting our dowel, the end of the ruler, and over all of the masking tape. And whenever you're building with Dollar Tree materials like this, whenever I do wood projects, I use masking tape a lot. I find that it does provide a lot of structure, and you can get it to virtually disappear, kind of like this. And again, nothing's really going to be sitting up on that part of the chair in the final project, so I think it's going to be okay. I didn't really have too many edges to paint, but then I just went over and painted all of my staples that I just added to the chair that blue color too. Now it's time to form the back part of the Adirondack chair. So what I wanted to do was do like 5 slats going straight up like that, well, slanted back like that. So just trying those on for size, trying to figure out exactly how I'm going to do that. I don't want them to have holes in them. I think that will take away from the design. So I'm going to take 5 of them to my saw, and basically I'm just cutting the holes off. So they're going to be like, what, 11 inches maybe? And that's going to form the 5 back of the chair. And then the other 2, if you're wondering, are for the braces for the back of that. So I'm just going to mark how big this back part of the Adirondack chair can be. And then I'm going to go ahead and cut our 2 brace pieces down to that size, so I'll know exactly how big to make the back of it. That's why we needed 17 rulers. But in the end, I mean, I think this is really inexpensive to put together, considering how high end it looks at the end. So there is our 5 rulers with the holes cut off. And then we have our 2 braces. I'm going to have the notches go towards the back of the chair, so you won't be able to see them. And I'm trying to just space those out as evenly as I can just by sight. And then I am going to hot glue this ruler onto the back by doing 5 dots of hot glue and put it down probably about 3 inches. And then here is the other brace. We're going to do the same thing, 5 dots of hot glue, flip that over. Now, if you want to get fancy and curve the cut on the top of that, you could, but I'm not that great with the saw. I thought about stapling them. Because before I was able to staple through 2 of them, but I noticed it started to come through a little bit. So I think hot glue is going to be plenty to keep that strong. Now it's a matter of putting this together. So it's going to kind of slide in like this. I want it to lean back to make it look like, you know, the classic Adirondack, like beach chair. Isn't the color of it lovely? I really love how this turned out. I'm so glad I decided to make it blue. So I need to attach that to that brace that we put in the back. I'm just trying to figure out exactly kind of how far back I want it to tilt and how I can attach that. So what I'm going to do is flip this over. The dowel worked really good before, so I'm going to use a dowel again for a little bit of structure for back here. So I'm going to hot glue that brace to this top ruler by using a wooden dowel to kind of glue it all together. Tilting it back like that. Now I want to make sure it stays in place, so I'm also going to take hot glue on the back of the bottom of each one of these rulers and glue those little panels of the chair to the shelf. It was kind of hard to get in there. I'm kind of spreading out the hot glue a little bit. And then, of course, we don't want to see that, so I'm just going to go in and touch that dowel up with some blue paint as well to make it kind of all blend in. Again, all that's going to be on the back, but of course, I still want it to look nice. I do a second row of hot glue on the bottom of these rulers to make sure they stay put, and that will all be hidden as well. And when you look at it, we have a little beach Adirondack chair tier tray. I had this vision in my mind all day and I couldn't wait to build it. That's why I couldn't even go to Walmart. I was like, no. I know I have Dollar Tree rulers because I stock up on them this time of year. And I absolutely love how this little beach chair tier tray turned out. Isn't this cute? Think of how many things you could do. Like for Christmas, you could put Santa in there. For Easter, you could have like an Easter bunny sit in there, or you can just load it down with beach decor. Isn't it cute? I love it. My son loves it. My husband's like, you made a baby chair. And I got very offended. I said, it's not a baby chair, but I'm glad I don't have any toddlers around because they might want to sit in it if they saw it. Because it's actually pretty big. So let's decorate it. It's a tier tray, right? I kind of wanted to go with a white theme, so I decided to see what I had from the Dollar Tree that was white. I have one of these little hanging starfish from the Dollar Tree that I thought we could hang on the back of it. The hanger was going to be a little big though, so what I did was I just knotted that up, and then we can just slide that on the back of the Adirondack chair to kind of decorate the back. I thought that would be fun since it already has a little hanger. This is the white one. You can always do whatever colors you want, but I thought like white decor would look really cute against that light blue beach chair. So everything is going to be kind of white. Kind of went with the shiny theme, which I usually don't do, but I'm just going to slide that kind of on one side like that, kind of like decorating the back of our tier tray. Now, the next item is from Shore Living. This was their little ceramic tray. It's kind of like an unfinished ceramic, and it's kind of beat up a little bit. So we're going to go ahead and paint it first. I'm just going to use some white acrylic, and we're just going to paint the front of this. A lot of the items that I have from the Dollar Tree that I'm going to use to decorate this are white and like really glossy. So I'm going to make this shiny too. Now, you know, acrylic paint dries just kind of like a matte finish. So I'm going to have to seal this after I paint it white, but I guess it wasn't really that white in the first place because when I used just white acrylic paint on that, that really brightened it up, didn't it? And this is just a little dish. They also had this in a starfish one, which would be really cute. I had a really old bottle of lacquer because all of my sealers are like a matte finish because I never do glossy. So I found this and we'll see if it works. It did work. I noticed it did kind of want to take a little bit some of my paint off. So I did have to touch it up just a little bit. And then just put another coat on. It actually dried really fast and it gave it like super shiny finish. Look how cute that is. You could also use the little shell bikini tops from the summer section at the Dollar Tree. It's about the same size, but I think this one's a little bit prettier if you have one of these left over from Shore Living. I think it looks great, all painted white and shiny. And we can go ahead and add that to our cute little tier tray. I'm going to kind of lean that up against the back of our chair here. And then this is one of the white shiny things I was talking about. It's a little mermaid tail from Dollar Tree. My Dollar Trees have had these for a while. I don't think they're like a new thing. They can be kind of hard to find. I have them in different colors too, like pinks and blues. But this is the white one, so it's perfect for what I'm looking for on this tier tray decoration. I really wanted white, and I really wanted like ropes. And And basically that's kind of it. So I was trying to really stick with white, and I had one of these like little white sea urchins decor that I had that I wasn't using anywhere. So I grabbed it. I thought that would be a nice little touch on the tier tray. So I'm going to kind of put that one right over here. It's not shiny, and I don't want to paint it because I don't want to mess it up, because I use lots of things like that with my coastal decor just laying around. Now, this is from the Shore Living line as well. It's the little blue candle dish with the twine wrapped around it. It has a little starfish. Super easy candle DIY. So I'm just going to use some Dollar Tree white sand and pour that in there, and then just use a little real white votive candle from the Dollar Tree. And I think this is going to be really cute on the front of the tier tray. I love these. I pick these up every year with Shore Living. I think they've had these all 3 years, and I always try to grab them. And I think that is going to finish off the top tier right here in front, and then we can start decorating the bottom tier. This is also from the Shore Living. It is also like that unfinished like ceramic. It's like a mermaid scales or fish scales. I thought since it was already white, I could just put the lacquer on there, but look what happens to it when you put the lacquer on there. It turned brown. I was kind of surprised, but I'm like, okay, fine. I'll paint it white first. And I didn't really want to get in all those grooves, and I did have a little bit of white primer spray paint. So I'm going to go outside with this and give it a quick spray. And hopefully we can make this all glossy like we made the little shell DIY. So once I got that dry, I sprayed it down with some more of the lacquer and made it super shiny. I did notice, you know, it does kind of want to take the paint off a little bit. I don't know if that's something with the lacquer, but I think that looks pretty good. And I think this is going to be a really fun decoration for the tier tray as well. I'm glad I kind of went with the shiny thing for most of the things on here. It really made them look coordinated. So here's the bottom tier of our tier tray. I'm going to kind of use that little scale ball right back there in the back. And then I thought one of these like jute twine wrapped like orbs, I don't know what these are called. They're from the Shore Living line at Dollar Tree too. Would be really cute back there too. It's about the same size. I really love buying this for $1.25 because I think it would be not that easy to make. It would be time consuming to wrap it with the twine, and you would have to get all your circles to lay just right. But I think that looks really great with the theme we're going with. And then I have a little white relax sign that I thought would be great on there as well. This is just from the home decor section at Dollar Tree. It's white with some gray letters that say, the gray ones are E and A. And I kind of want them to look like wood to kind of go with that rope feel, not necessarily white. So I just took like a, you know, kind of a tan paint and a chunky brush from Dollar Tree and just working in one direction, distressing those and finishing that up with a baby wipe. It's going to give it a very easy wood grain finish on those and just kind of break up the word a little bit. And I think that's going to look really cute down there on the tier tray. And this tier tray was so fun to decorate. I think this is going to look so great in my living room. Because you know I do coastal, I do beach year round. And I told you guys in the last video that I'll keep making beach videos if you guys keep watching them. Now, my last beach video did not do well. So I hope you guys watch this one, please. And thank you. Okay, so this is also from the Shore Living line. It is that unfinished ceramic 2. And it has a candle, light up candle inside of it. So super fun little fish. I think these were new this year. I've never seen these before. Now I'm not using spray paint on this one because I didn't want to spray paint the candle inside. So I'm just using white acrylic and a brush so I can get down in all the fish scales. And I just went over the whole thing because of course I want to make this glossy too with the lacquer. And I know that you can't do that on that unfinished ceramic. Lesson learned. I was really surprised by how brown that turned that. That was crazy, right? So we got this painted white. I dried it and now we're just going to spray it with some of that super glossy lacquer. I have no idea how old this can is, but I'm kind of glad I used the rest of it up. Again, it kind of took some of the paint off, so I am having to touch it up again with some acrylic. And then another coat of the lacquer to make that part shiny as well. And we have a little white, light up white fish for the tier tray. I think that's going to be really cute in the front, and we can light that up as well. Isn't that cute? I love the Shore Living line. I always try to stock up as much as I can. I use it year round, and it's competitive. I mean, I was telling you guys like on a daily basis whether my stores were putting it out, what they were putting out. You really have to go to Dollar Tree a lot. A lot of people tried to go in there like a month later, and I'm like, I'm sorry, everybody wants it. It's so competitive. Now, this is also from the Shore Living line. It is their little white glossy ceramic starfish, and I'm going to use that right on front. That was one of my other inspiration pieces because this is really glossy as well. And I think this is going to finish up the bottom tier of this tier tray. But we have our little Adirondack chair tier tray complete, and I decorated it for fun. This is how the top tier looks. Then I thought I would light the candle to show you how it looks lit up. I love my like giant beach chair tier tray. I think it's so much fun. I can't believe I built it with just supplies from the Dollar Tree. Okay, one of y'all asked me on my last video that you wanted a seahorse DIY that was colorful and more realistic. And you know, your girl's always up for a challenge. And so that's what we're going to try to do. We're going to use one of these Dollar Tree boards. I wanted a wood one, but you know, with Dollar Tree, you kind of go with what you can find. And I could only find the black one. So we're going to kind of make it look wood. I'm going to mix Antique Wax by Waverly with some ivory paint. It gives you the perfect color for driftwood. And then we are just going to distress the sign all over. This is going to be like the background sign for our realistic seahorse. And we're also going to use some of that Shore Living greenery that I showed you guys. I found a fresh case at my Dollar Tree the other day. It was so exciting. One of my viewers that lives locally was asking me if the stores had put any out. And I'm like, well, this one, of course, but I bought all the cute ones because I was so excited because I do not think I picked up enough of those when I first saw them. They went fast. And then I just used straight Antique Wax by Waverly and Distress over the top of that. Then I just blend it all with a baby wipe, and it gives me like a really fun, distressed driftwood look. Okay, so here is our little seahorse. This is from the Shore Living line. You could always do this with the one with the paper on it. You would have to clean that up a little bit. I love the plain wood. Whenever I can get the plain wood ones, that is always going to be my preference. So we're gonna do the back just so I don't have to deal with the design that was on there. Just remove the tag, and I just want to stain this. So I'm going all over with a light coat of Caribbean blue. Just a beautiful color. And then I wipe off all the excess with a baby wipe, and it leaves me with a light blue stain where you can still kind of see the wood grain through there. Now this was the tough part. So I need a fine tip. So I am using my like fine tip, like Surebonder, hot glue gun, and I am just drawing a line. I filled in the hole at the top, and I'm just going down alongside the body, kind of ignoring the fin, all the way to the tip. Because the request was for a realistic seahorse, and I was like, oh man, they're so detailed. My son takes care of these. He feeds these at the local aquarium, and I love seahorses. They're so fun. So I do another line straight down the middle, and then another line on the front of the seahorse, kind of ignoring the head right now because the head has a different design. So pretty easy, just 3 lines down, just kind of follow the contour. And then you need to start doing like the straight lines across. So I'm just kind of estimating, and just the only tricky part is when you're kind of going over the bump that's already there and just kind of pulling that straight across from one side to the other. They have like this like kind of like bony, kind of like almost like an exoskeleton skin. It's really strange. And then I'm just going to keep going all the way around the tail, just going around. And as you can see for that back fin there, I did like kind of make it look like a fin by adding some more stripes there. Now for the head, I was kind of looking at a seahorse. They kind of have like a little wavy fin right here. Don't know what that's called. So I just draw that on, and some lines and a dot for an eye. And then kind of some more lines here on their head. And then I thought maybe just like a partial outline for its head with some more hot glue. Now, if you get any stringing from your hot glue, a heat gun works great to get rid of any of the strings, because I am going to paint and distress this more. And if I don't do that now, then you'll be able to see those strings when I paint it. But this is the detail. So what do you guys think? Does it look realistic? I think it looks pretty good. What do you think? My son, who is the seahorse expert, approved, so I think I did okay. Now I am going to kind of distress that hot glue now that it's setting up. And I use a makeup sponge and just some ivory acrylic, and I'm lightly dragging that over the hot glue that we added to that to bring out all that beautiful detail that we put on there, because otherwise it's just going to be clear. I guess, you know, they have like colored hot glues. I guess you could always use like a white hot glue as well. Maybe I need to get some of those. And I just drag it all over all the detail. If I get some on the blue starfish, that's fine. I could always go back here with a baby wipe and kind of wipe it off if I thought I went a little too heavy on the distressing. But, you know, I love a good ivory distressing, so a little bit of that is going to totally be my style. So I've got the detailed seahorse, and it's colorful, it's blue, so hopefully this will be what they were looking for. And I just kind of touch it up here and there. I find that I didn't want to wipe off too much of the white on the detailing. And if I did, I just kind of go back with that makeup sponge and just tap it lightly, because I think that really helps bring out the detail on that. So there he is. I do add a little bit more distressing to him in a minute, but we're going to go ahead and start putting this together. Now, the sign is way longer than my little seahorse, but that's okay. We're going to fill it all in. So I'm going to use some twine from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to try stringing that from the back, tie a knot in front. I always like to do my hangers from Dollar Tree like that. I find they hang better. And do the same thing on the other side. Now we can start putting this together. The driftwood, the faux driftwood, I think turned out great. And so I'm just going to hot glue our little seahorse on. So cute. Now, if you can't find any of the seahorses, or you didn't pick any up when they had them in your store, I guess you could always kind of draw a silhouette of a seahorse on the existing sign. You could always print one out if you needed, like, because it is a weird shape, and kind of draw that on. You could probably get kind of the same effect. Now, this is the Shore Living greenery that I was so excited to find. These are the ones with the ivory seahorses, and I love that. I'm not a big fan of the color of the greenery in that one, but I thought it would work well for this project. The kind of browns and greens, right? But I took it all apart so I could put it all exactly where I want it and arrange it like that. So I have all this room down here to decorate. I kind of want to make it look like a habitat for a seahorse, and the greenery is perfect. So I just hot glue these down. I'm just kind of scattering them out. Some of them are a little bit too long, but I can always go back and trim those up later. And I pretty much use all of it from those two Shore Living picks. I can't believe I found a fresh box of those. That's why you kind of have to keep checking. I know Shore Living is sold out everywhere, but you never know when they forgot to put a box out, right? So the seahorse has wire wrapped around its tail already. So I'm just going to use that, twist it around some of that greenery, and he can be attached to the seaweed just like they are in real life. They are not great swimmers. That is why they hold on to seaweed like that with their tails. So we'll do one over here. He's looking super cute. And here is the other one. And I'll just wire that around some of that greenery too. And I'll go back and kind of cover up all of the hot glue and mess down here at the bottom. But I want to use lots of hot glue here to make sure that it's secure. So I go over it with a bunch of hot glue first. And then I'm using some of that thicker twine from Walmart. And we're just going to simply wrap this. It's going to give that wrapped like jute detail here at the bottom, but it's also going to serve the purpose of holding these all down. The seahorse kind of wanted to stick out a little bit, so I did kind of glue them down the best that I could, but most of the greenery kind of stood on its own. And then I just keep wrapping this around, kind of going through the hot glue. That way it will kind of stabilize all of that, but it's also going to look decorative down there as well. Just kind of pushing that into the hot glue until I have pretty good coverage, and then gluing that to the back and trimming off the excess. And I think that was a great way to fill up the bottom of this sign. Definitely added to the seahorse vibe, and they're very realistic little seahorses. I love these. Good job, Dollar Tree. Now, why did you not send your stores more of the Shore Living items? Because there's so many of my Crafty Beach viewers that can't find it. And it seems like, you know, their online sold out just as fast as their stores. But this is how it turned out. This is it with it just blue and white. Now, the only thing I thought maybe the seahorse still needed was maybe a little brown, because I have kind of brown in everything else. So I just used some Antique Wax by Waverly and a chunky brush, and we're going to do a very light distress all over. Just to kind of add a little bit of age, a little bit of character to it, kind of make it match everything else. And now I think it's just about perfect. So here is my answer to that challenge, a more realistic, colorful seahorse DIY. Are you ready for another DIY? I picked up one of these little surfboard plastic trays that they have every summer at the Dollar Tree. I got the sea turtle one. It's so cute. So whenever I work with plastic from the Dollar Tree and I want to make it look a little bit more high-end, the first thing I do is do a layer of the matte Mod Podge on there to take away that plastic sheen. Now, a lot of times I like to turn these into surfboards, but today I thought we could turn this into a boat shelf. You know, like a boat that's standing up vertically that has like, you know, shelves to put stuff on. I thought we could do kind of a tiny version of this and have something that I can display my seashells on. So I needed something flexible for the sides, and I didn't really have any way to bend wood or anything like that. So we're going to use Dollar Tree rope. This is the white rope, the 6-foot long one, nice and wide. And I just start at the point of the board and hot glue that on. And I'm going to do that all the way around. There's kind of a lip on it that provides like the perfect place. I'm kind of just overlapping that towards the outside just a little bit. And just hot gluing one section at a time. Make sure that my hot glue doesn't set up. And I'm actually going to cut it when I get to the end because I want my sides of my boat to be all level. I don't want to keep winding it around. So I'm going to cut at the points. Now that took a good portion of my 6-foot rope. So I'm going to open a new package and I'm going to save all my scraps for the shelves. So I'm just building up. So I just glue now to the rope that was underneath of it, trying to keep it as vertical as I can, right on top of each other. And I want to keep building this out until I have like a nice size wall for the sides of the boat. I've always wanted to make one of these, and I've never been able to figure out what supplies in the Dollar Tree I could use to make one of these. And I'm so glad I did this because it turned out so cute. So this is my third and final rope. I decided that that was probably wide enough. And I'm just going to glue that one on the same way I did all the others. I have all the cut ends at the point to kind of keep it uniform. And trying to keep my walls kind of steady. And this is sturdier than I expected it to be. I don't know if it's sturdy enough to stand on its own like that. I'm going to make mine like a hanging little boat shelf. But that's what we have so far with the sides of the boat. Now I want to make shelves in there to display my shells. So I decided that the Dollar Tree rulers would be really good for that. So I'm kind of seeing if I have enough rope, and I think that looks pretty good. So I don't want to just have the ruler wood be in there for the shelves though. I want it to have a little bit more support. So what I'm going to do is go in there with the rope first and do little rope shelves for the boat, and then put the wood on top of it to kind of have a solid surface. Now, this is lower than the sides because it's a dish, so it kind of goes deeper in. So my first piece I'm going to cut shorter, and this is just going to be one that's going to go right against the bottom of the dish like that. So it kind of only needs to go over to the walls. And I'm just going to attach that one with hot glue too. And since this one is lower than any of the rope that we've used on the sides, now I need to add a total of 3 on top of that. So when the sides have 3 rows of rope, these shelves are going to have 4 rows of rope. So I want another shelf right about here. So I did the same thing with that one. And then just measuring, I'm just cutting them a little bit longer on every row, really wanting to go all the way side to side, and just stacking those up until it is level with the sides. So a total of 4 rows. And I am trying to hot glue them to the sides a little bit, but not real secure. And I am going to reinforce it with a little bit more hot glue once I get all of these on. So a total of 8 pieces of rope for the shelves. And it's going to have that great sea turtle background. So you could do this with any of them, but this one already has the sea turtle background, so it makes it super cute. So this is my ruler that I'm going to use for the shelf. So I'm going to kind of measure how big I need that to be. I'm going to run to my saw, cut that down, and it's going to make a cute little shelf that fits right inside there. I'm going to glue mine down with a little notch down. I just wanted a little surface where I could display seashells. I needed something light because, you know, this isn't super sturdy. It's not like a structure made out of wood or anything, but it's definitely sturdy enough to hold seashells. And so that's what it looks like when I glue that right on top. I'm leaving like the first and the top row kind of exposed. And then I'm going to take another one of those wood rulers. I'm glad it's back to school season. I've been able to pick these up pretty readily at my Dollar Trees, and I love crafting with these. And I'm going to cut this ruler down as well, attaching it with hot glue. I do 3 bands for all 3 ropes there, and just glue that right on top. I thought it would be nice to have a shelf like on the bottom too, another like solid surface. So once I get those 2 on, I actually do a third one for the very bottom. So I'm going to open up another package. I had enough left on my scraps for those, but they have this hole in the end and I didn't really want a hole in my shelf. So I'm going to cut another one down right about here. Like that, and I can always use my scrap wood for something else, and I just hot glue my bottom shelf in. That way I can do 3 rows of display. And that is the construction so far of our little boat. Isn't it cute? Now, I was a little worried about how strong my little shelves were going to be, so I decided to reinforce it with a little bit of hot glue from the underneath. gluing the sides to the shelves. And I think that helped to reinforce it just a little bit. It's super cute, isn't it, with the turtle background? And I decided to make mine a hanging sign. I thought it would be sturdier if I hung it than if I were to attach it to a base. But I did think about displaying it like that. I just didn't think it was going to be super sturdy if I did that. So I'm just going to flip it over and just make a very simple hanger on the back of this little plastic dish using an extra piece of the ruler and just some Dollar Tree twine. I thought that would help to reinforce it a little bit. So I just cut off a little loop of twine. I'm first going to hot glue that to the back of my tray. And then I'm going to hot glue this on, notch down in between to help secure that on there. And that is the last step in this little sea turtle boat DIY. This was so fun to make. I wasn't sure if this was going to work, but it totally did. And it looks so cute displaying my shells. So this is how it's constructed. Definitely looks like a little boat, and it is full of little shells. So super cute. I really love the sea turtles. I was so excited to find those at my Dollar Tree this summer. And this is how it looks hanging up, displaying some of the shells that I have found. So the first one I want to make is a little beach gnome. I found this great little pencil case that's a mermaid tail from Dollar Tree. I'm going to use that with one of those little metal round signs from the Dollar Tree, some cardboard from a pizza box, a wood bead for the nose. I get those on Amazon, but you don't have to use a bead that big, but I like my nose for my gnomes to be a little bit larger, and some Dollar Tree macrame cord. So the first thing we're going to do is paint our little gnome nose. I kind of want it to be flesh color, but I kind of want it to be pink too. So I had like this tan color that I went over the little wood bead with first. And then I followed that up with like a salmon color, kind of mixing the two colors together while it was wet to kind of give it like a little blushed little gnome nose for our gnome. Now, I have a couple of these little mermaid pencil bags, and I've always wanted to do something with them, and I haven't been able to figure out what to do with them until now. It worked perfect for a beach gnome. Now, it does have a zipper, as you can see, because it is like a little pencil case. So I do want to remove that. That's kind of in my way. So it was easy to kind of remove it from the back. The front was a little bit more difficult, though, because I didn't really want to cut through the mermaid scale pattern, you know, the little sequence. And so I'm just going to cut off the zipper. And then how I ended up doing it was just kind of pulling it a little bit and cutting the strings that where it was sewed on, so I don't really have to cut through any of the sequins. And that what's inside is a little white like cotton bag, which you could leave in there if you want. I decided what was the purpose of it really to be in there, so I just took it out. And that looks pretty good. It's got like a plush back and a sequins front. But I'm going to use that bag that I removed for a template for my pizza box. I was trying to find some cardboard because I want something stiff to go in the mermaid tail to make it stand up. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of floppy. So I cut out the cardboard about the same size as the little bag that went inside of it to make it rigid. And we're just going to put it right in there. Now, I kind of want it to be attached, so it'll be easier to put together. So I do a little bead of hot glue on the cardboard and kind of fold my sequins over, kind of sandwiching that in. My sequins part was a little bit longer because I didn't remove any of that part of the little mermaid tail. It's so pretty. I love the colors on this. And then I thought this little sign from the Dollar Tree, they have these available in white or black. It doesn't matter which one you get because you're not really going to be able to see it. We're just going to use it for the structure and for the base. So that's going to be our gnome. And we're going to build off of that most of the gnome that you're going to be able to see is the beard anyway, right? So this is macrame cord that I got at Dollar Tree. If you can't find this, you could always use Dollar Tree mop heads. There's lots of other options. There's like the fluffy mop head, or you can get, you know, like a traditional mop head. You can use lots of different kinds of white strings if you wanted to have yours to have a white beard, like I do. So I'm going to kind of start here on the bottom. And I want to do like a first layer of the beard. I want the beard to be nice and thick, so I'm going to end up doing a couple of layers here. And I'm just kind of cutting the cord down like one at a time and just hot gluing that to my sign, kind of like working my way up the circle there until I kind of get over to the side where it's going to be wide enough for like the hat to come down over it. And one of my Crafty Beach Bum viewers was telling me that these are called gonks, if you can't see their eyes. So that's just a random little gnome fact. But I love making gnomes, and I thought this would be a really fun little beach project today. We have a lot of variety, though. We have lots of different things that we're making today. I can't wait for you to see. Now, once I got my first row on there, I wanted to comb it out. Now, normally I can comb this stuff out, but I was having problems with this one, and it's like 3 strings wound together for the macrame cord. I found that it was easier just to actually just unwind them. So I'm going to skip that part, kind of get to the end, so that you can see what it looks like with the first row all unwound. And as you can see, it's a good start to a beard, but it's not quite thick enough. But I'm going to go ahead and trim it while I can get to this part of the beard, kind of making it a little bit shorter on the sides. And I don't really want it to be longer than my sign itself, so I need to trim the bottom part of it too. Just trying to even that up a little bit. And then I think like the little gnome nose will go there. I'm going to attach the wood bead there with like the hole in the wood bead going straight up and down so that you won't be able to see it. The hole in the top will be covered by the hat, and the hole in the bottom will be pointed down. So it's just a matter of making a second row now for our little gnome beard. So I kind of figured out what size I needed and just kind of cut them in bulk to make this a little bit faster. And then just starting on the side of his nose, we're just going to start gluing these on here until we get over to this side. This little beach gnome was so easy to put together, and I was really kind of wondering, you know, what to use for a body. And then I kind of thought about this sign and realized, you know, it doesn't really need a body because you're really not going to be able to see it in the final project. But I love these little metal signs from the Dollar Tree. I'm always trying to find ways to craft with them. So just like before, the best way to make this look fluffy is to unwind it. So I just went all the way across and unwound all of the macrame cord, leaving a big, fluffy little gnome beard. So that's what it looks like at this point. I do need to trim it up, kind of like we did before. Trying to shape it into a cute little beard by trimming it. So cute already, and it's not even put together yet. So his little hat's going to go on like that. It is the perfect size for this side. It slides right over, and it doesn't fall over anymore since we put the cardboard from the pizza box inside. So I'm just going to flip it over and add some hot glue and glue the back of the little mermaid tail pencil case to the back of the sign. And it's going to be kind of a flat gnome, but it's still super cute. And then I'm going to put hot glue underneath the sequins and kind of pull it down a little bit where its eyes would be. Kind of like that. I like the little fin at the end of the tail because it kind of like goes over to the side, which makes it look really cute when you display it. Now I wanted to decorate the hat a little bit more, and I love this mesh white ribbon from the Dollar Tree. Actually, is this the white one? Yeah, this is the white one. But it's a little too thick for this, so I'm just going to cut mine in half to make a thinner ribbon. I think it looks a little bit like fishnet, and I like to use it for fishnet a lot. So I thought we would just wrap fishnet all around the mermaid tail, and we could do a little bit of coastal decor there. At first, I was going to put one of those little mermaid chipboard pieces on there, but I ended up deciding to decorate the fishnet with shells instead. So we're just going to secure that to the back. I just thought shells would make it look really super beachy and fun. And so using some of the little tiny shells from the Dollar Tree, these are the ones that come in the little glass bottles. I'm just going to decorate the fishnet ribbon with a couple different kinds of shells. I think that the starfishes from Amazon, I buy those little tiny starfish on there. Those are available in my Amazon shop below. And then I think that little like snail shell is like just from my personal stash, but all the other ones there are from the Dollar Tree. And I'm just going to do 2 on top, 2 on bottom. I just kind of wanted them to all be a little bit unique and make some fun decor. And just hot glue those to the sequins on the hat. Then to finish it off, I have 2 of these little coral pieces from the fairy garden section at Dollar Tree, and I'm going to glue 1 little piece of coral to each side just to decorate the base. That will be kind of in front of our gnome, and the beard will kind of hang down and fill up all of the space there where the gnome would be. And I think it looks really cute. That's kind of how it looks like with all of the macrame cord just untangled. I thought maybe we could make it look even a little bit fluffier if we were to comb it. Before I tried to comb it, you know, and I couldn't really comb it to unwind it like I wanted to. But at this point, I can get a comb through it. So that's what I decided to do, is just comb it out, make it nice and fluffy. That also helps you to see if you have any like loose fibers or if anything then needs to be trimmed up a little bit. And so we're going to give him a final trim. And I think he looks pretty good. What do you guys think about this little beach gnome? I think he turned out so precious. And I'm so glad I put him together. I can't wait to display him in my home. And let me show you what he looks like. See the little tail, you can kind of like push it off to the side a little bit, kind of tilt it, give it a little character. And our little mermaid tail gnome hat. Okay, next DIY. I wanted to take one of these little window signs from the Dollar Tree and kind of combine that with one of those shore living canvases. So we can have a room with a view, right? Who doesn't want a view that looks like that? Now, this does have this little live, love, laugh. I'm just going to pop that off with some heat. Unfortunately, it does kind of leave a lot of cardboard behind on the sign. They have this wood sign at my Dollar Tree like in white or in like wood grain. Either one would be really pretty with this. But I thought we could combine that and make it look like, you know, that you have the ocean outside your window. It's kind of a smaller project, but it'd be really cute to kind of put anywhere. This would be really cute if you to have at work and you can look at it and be like, oh yeah, I'm at the ocean, right? I always save the hangers off of those canvases because they're great. I just draw the size of the window directly onto my canvas with an ink pen, and then I'm just using a razor blade and just cutting off the front of the canvas. I have excess, so I'm gonna have to be too careful with that. And then I'm gonna use my scissors and cut right inside the line. The line was the outside of the window, so I have a little bit of room, wiggle room to work with there. And then I can attach it to the back of my window like that. Now I'm trying to avoid the little holes where the hanger was because I do want to make this a hanging sign. And then I'm just going to hot glue all around the edges of the window and attach the canvas right there, lining it up right underneath the hangers. Now, I went back and forth whether I wanted this sign to be like a hanging sign or if I wanted to do like a little window box in front of it. I might go back and do the window box one too, because I think that would be really cute. You could fill it with like some greenery that reminds you of the beach, add some shells, starfish, that kind of thing in there. But in the end, I decided just to make mine a sign. So I'm just going to take some twine. We're going to make a new hanger for this. I always like to tie these in at the front, just some Dollar Tree twine. Easy to feed through there and just knot and cut. So now I need to kind of disguise this part. I tried to remove like the cardboard here at the bottom with just some heat and like a little spatula there. It was kind of like really on there though. So I'm just kind of like chipping away at it, trying to get some of it off so it doesn't interfere with what I do down here. I even tried sanding it. It still looks a little rough. So we're gonna cover it up with some burlap. This is just rolled burlap from the Dollar Tree. You can use whatever you've got. They also have like the burlap ribbon and the burlap rolls now. But I'm just cutting it down the side. I'm gonna leave like the finished edge on the top just to make sure it doesn't fray up there. But I just cut it down so it's like the perfect size to cover all of that nonsense down there. And then I just Mod Podge that on because I don't really want like hot glue to like be visible through that. So I also Mod Podge on top to keep that down. Now I thought it needed some decoration, so we're going to use some more shore living decor, a little dolphin, a shell, and a sea turtle. Those little packages of wood ornaments from the Dollar Tree, they're so cute. And I'm just using a makeup sponge and some turquoise acrylic paint to make them look fun and blue. And I thought that would be cute. You could also do seashells on here. That would be really cute and easy as well. But I haven't used these little ocean creatures much this year for my DIY, so I thought I'd give it a go. 3 of them fit on there just perfectly, so I'm just going to kind of space them out, hot gluing those to the little burlap there. And it's looking cute. I did think that the turquoise needed broke up a little bit though, so I just go in with a chunky brush and some ivory, and we're gonna give the lightest little coastal farmhouse distress to these, just to give them a little character. And wiping off any excess with a baby wipe. And I would love to have that view. What about you guys? I need a house like directly on the beach. But this is how it turned out. Our little window with an ocean view. Terrarium number 10 is going to be a big one. So I got this garden dish at the Dollar Tree. It's made out of plastic, but it's kind of heavy duty. It's called a garden dish. And I thought we could make like a big giant beach terrarium and use some really fun items from the Dollar Tree and the dollar spot at Target. I wanted to do like a whole scene here. We've got plenty of room to work with. So I kind of want to build up the back to make it look like a beach dune. So I want it to be higher. So I'm just going to use Dollar Tree rocks. Doesn't matter which one you use because you're really not going to be able to see this part. I do put a little hot glue on the sides just to kind of make them stay there. But otherwise I'm just kind of pushing them up against the wall and kind of gluing some more on top to make that hill kind of stand in place, if you will. Then we're going to fill up the front part, the front 2/3 with my last package of Dollar Tree tan sand. I'm going to have to go steal some sand from the beach. I have a feeling. Unless Dollar Tree can get me some tan sand in. And I pour that out. I would like a little bit more, but we're going to make it work, right? And then I found this little tiki bar at the Dollar Tree in the Fairy Garden section. I thought this would be really cute. We can make it look like a little beach scene with your own little private tiki bar. Perfect, huh? But I want that to be kind of back in the dune area of this one. So just kind of working that down in between the sand and the rocks in the back. And we're not going to leave it all rocky like that. I mean, I guess you could if you wanted a rocky shore. But I want it to look like kind of tropical, kind of Florida, if you will. So I'm going to use some of this reindeer moss, the green moss from the Dollar Tree. I'm not going to glue it on. I'm just going to kind of lay it all over the top of the rocks just to give it a green color, because I kind of want this to look like, you know, like a sand dune, but I also want it to look kind of crazy and tropical back there, just to provide some height towards the back of this beach terrarium. And definitely a splash of color back there as well. And then I said I wanted it to look tropical. Check out this cool greenery I found at the Dollar Tree. They've been coming up with some really cute garland. This one looks super tropical, right? It's got those long fern leaves on there. And so I thought this would be great. We could make like greenery for the background and like for the dune. And all you gotta do is pull it off, the plastic like that. And I'm just kind of arranging them all over a little sand dune area to make it look overgrown, kind of like a tropical little rainforest going on back here. And just kind of working them in wherever I can. And then I wanted flowers too. I picked up this cute little flower pick at Dollar Tree because I thought like the pink and purple flowers kind of look tropical, right? And so again, I'm just going to pull those off and kind of stand those out by kind of pushing the stem of the flowers down in between the rocks we have there on the back of our dune. But I decided a little hot glue might help too, to make sure it stands up. This one had like 2 little pink flowers on there and like a purple flower. And we're just going to kind of arrange those back here on the back of our little tiki bar. Doing the super tropical background, and then we can do the super beachy front to this. So this is kind of like a fairy garden, beach terrarium like combo, if you will. Now I did have some of that blue sand left that we mixed earlier to make it lighter, and I needed more sand, so I tried to use that in the front. It looks kind of cute, but I didn't think there was really enough of it, and so I do add to that later, but it does kind of look cute like that. Just to do like a little splashing ocean wave at the front of our beach. And these are from the Target Dollar Spot. They have some fairy garden items now, and they are adorable. Check these out. We got a cute little beach chair, a beach umbrella, and there's even a lifeguard tower. Now, a little pricier than the Dollar Tree, but the quality is incredible on these. It was $5 at the Target Dollar Spot for these 3 items. So not too expensive. We're going to do that beautiful little red and white beach chair right there in the middle of our beach. And then I also wanted to do this beach umbrella. It has a wood base, so I can just kind of bury that down inside my sand. Probably should have glued it down, but I might want to be able to take this one apart in the future because these items are so cute. I would probably want to reuse them if I were done with this. Now, I really loved the turquoise beach umbrella, but I didn't like how it kind of clashed with the green on my Dollar Tree tiki hat. So I'm just going to take some turquoise acrylic, and we're just going to paint like the green parts of our tiki hat, that turquoise color. Super easy, just going over the green part with a small brush, brightening that up, and it's going to make it coordinate better with the Target Dollar Spot Fairy Garden decoration. Kind of make them look like they go together. But isn't that tiki bar cute? It's a really nice size for a fairy garden item. And $1.25 compared to 3 for $5. Not too much of a difference in price. And just hot gluing that down to kind of make that stay in place when we go ahead and put our little tiki bar back down. Now let's get decorating our beach. I still have those two little sandcastle fairy garden decorations that I could use. I have so many beach fairy garden items. They came out with so many more this year than they normally carry. This is a little like beach happy place sign. So I thought that would be cute over here, like by our like little beach umbrella, our little beach chair. Kind of burying that down in the sand as well. And then this is like a little fairy garden hermit crab. Super cute. And I also have like a little pelican. So I'm just kind of like going through my stash of fairy garden beach creatures. I think I'm going to put him over on the shore like he is over here right at the edge of the ocean. And then I am just going to kind of arrange my sand there a little bit. I don't want like too much stuff on the beach, but I think the sandcastles are adorable. So I was kind of trying to determine which one I want, just kind of playing around with it a little bit, seeing which way this is going to look the best. This looks so cute. I think I might put this one on the table by my front door. It's kind of protected there from the weather. Might hold up there. I hope so. I think it's so cute. Either that or I'll use it in my Florida room. Now, this is another version of the sand bucket from the fairy garden. This one's a blue bucket. It's cute. It's got like a starfish and a shell in it too. So we're going to put that one there. Kind of liking my layout. Seeing if I have anything else I can add to it. But I like the combination. The Dollar Tree fairy garden stuff though, super cute, right? So I thought the pelican would be really cute over here in the sand dune, kind of like peeking out of the jungle. So I just kind of sit him there. Then I decided I didn't really think that there was enough sand in there with that blue sand in the front. So I thought we would fill it up a little bit more. And so I'm going to cover up the blue sand part with some of these blue pebbles. Just add a little bit more depth here. And again, I'm using the Dollar Tree funnel to try to help aim that. But you got to make sure that your rocks are not too big. But I'll just sprinkle it. Just kind of covering up the area that I had the blue sand. And I think this is definitely a nice like ocean color of blue. And it's going to add a little bit more depth there and make it look fuller. And I want to be like on that beach chair with my own little tiki bar there. Perfect little day at the beacharium. What do you guys think about this one? It's nice and large, and I think this is a perfect finale piece. Okay, I told you we were going to use the Capiz shells again that we got on Amazon, and I thought we'd make a really cool wind chime with these. Again, they sound beautiful when they clink up against each other, and I kind of want to do like a rather big project with these, so I'm just going to start laying them out in kind of a pattern to kind of see what I want to do. I think I want to kind of do what I did with the sea glass, where I have like 5 different rows and some of them longer. And I thought this beach sign from the Shore Living line at Dollar Tree would be perfect because it's got 5 letters that we could tie these to, 5 rows, and longest in the middle, shortest on the sides. Now this is the twist. I thought we could try to dye these. So I have a cup of warm water and I added 4 teaspoons of apple cider vinegar. You can use white vinegar. I just didn't have any. And we're going to dye these just like you would dye like Easter eggs. So I have some food coloring that I use for my crafting. And I'm going to do a combination of blue food coloring and green. Maybe a little bit more blue than green. What I want is that minty green, light blue color that looks so coastal. And so I add a good amount because I want to dye these. I've heard that you can dye these kind of like you dye like Easter eggs. So, hey, we are going to give it a try. I think they'd be pretty white too, but I think they'd be even more stunning blue. So I put those all in there, and then it's just kind of a waiting game. I did check them after 15 minutes. They were not blue enough. So I gave them like between 30 and 45 minutes. I went ahead and crafted something else. And now I think they're ready to go. So I'm just going to lay out some paper towels because this is going to be kind of messy. And I'm using like a plastic fork to try to prevent my fingers from turning blue. It's kind of inevitable to touch some of them though. But what I'm doing is trying to kind of put them one by one on the paper towel. They did kind of have like a slight bowl shape. So I was trying to like flip them over if I could to try to get any of the excess dye off. But just working one by one. And you can already kind of tell that it was successful and they did take the dye. I didn't know if food coloring would work for this, but I was pleasantly surprised. Kind of like just dyeing Easter eggs. And I'm just fishing around in there. I dyed exactly how many of them I needed. And here they all are. Now, they say to like let these sit a couple hours to dry, but I didn't have that kind of time. We are crafting here. So I'm going to hurry mine along. And how I did it was I'm just kind of dipping out like the excess dye that's kind of sitting on the top of them and using my trusty heat gun to start the drying process. If you notice, I have a new heat gun. My other one was such a hot mess that I got this newer one from Amazon, and I don't think my old one was available anymore, and it is doing a great job. So then I'm going to go through and flip them and try to dry the back of them because, again, I really want to speed this process up so we can start stringing these along. And I think they're pretty dry. So I'm going to just start putting these all on my mat, and look how beautiful they turned out. They turned out even better than I thought they would. And I think these are going to look so beautiful out in the sunshine. So I'm just using a paper towel. If there's any dots of dye water that's still on it, they're kind of evident. Just to make sure everything's dry. And we can start stringing all of these capiche shells together for another beautiful coastal wind chime. And again, I wanted to do 5 rows, 1 for each letter of beach, and I think we can just tie them on there. Now, the holes in them, again, are really tiny, so we are going to use fishing line for this project. And I'm just going to start spacing them out like we had before we dyed them. I love them blue. I might have to dye more this color in our little pattern that we had before. And I think that beach sign is going to work really great as a topper for that. It's going to provide a little bit of decoration. I don't need to do anything to it. It's got a great color. And I think we can start stringing this. I was thinking that if I strung some wood beads in between each one, that way I could just string straight through them. I wouldn't have to tie any knots to keep them in place, that the wood beads would space them out. And I have some white painted beads from the Dollar Tree. I think they just kind of came in a variety pack. I have quite a few of them there. I know you can buy just white ones too. And so I just double knot one of the strings here that's going to be long enough to go up the 5 that I have laid out here on the side, double knotting it to secure it, and then just stringing a Dollar Tree wood bead on there, and then going and stringing the next capiche shell. So again, this is a little bit of a time-consuming process, but turned out absolutely beautiful. And I really think this one will hold up outside because the fishing line is tied everywhere. So I think it's going to be nice and secure. So I'm just going to keep it those two colors, the beautiful light blue and the white, and we can just keep stringing the capiche shells. There is like a little area at the bottom of each one of those cursive letters that I think is going to provide a good spot for me to tie that fishing line on. So I go right through the bee like that. And then we'll just double tie it up here to secure it to our wood sign. You could also use the rope words that are on wood signs from the Dollar Tree for this. That would be really cute too. They also have some of these wood words all the time. I think they have some that say like relax, stuff like that. That would totally give you a beachy vibe as well. So we are going to start stringing the other side here. And we're going to speed this up a little bit because we got lots of stringing to do. But basically just a capiche shell, a white bead, and then the next one all the way up. This one was a little trickier to tie on the H because it wasn't like a closed letter, but I do reinforce that a little bit here towards the end to make sure that that one stays in place too. So I'm going to cut off some more fishing line. I didn't think I had any fishing line, and I'm using this fishing line off of one of my husband's reels that he was totally not using. Nobody tell him, okay? And again, this row is going to be one longer. And so just one more capiche shell, one more wood bead. And I'm glad I decided to add the wood beads because otherwise I think I probably would have had to tie the capiche shells where each place to keep them in place. But now I don't really have to do that because I have the spacing there from those. And we're going to tie this row off on the letter E. And I do kind of like the fishing line because of course you can't see it. And now we're going to tie off the bottom one and start stringing this one over here as well. I really hope you're enjoying all of these coastal and beach DIYs. Don't forget to like this video. It helps the algorithm. And comment your favorite wind chime today below. I always like to find out what your all's favorites are, and it helps me to know what kind of content you like. And don't forget to subscribe. It was really exciting. We not only hit 15,000 subscribers, we hit 16,000 subscribers. So my channel is doing really good right now. And so I'm super happy about that. And I wanted to thank you all for being here and watching my videos. So the one in the middle was the longest one of all. And then we're just going to string that one around the A. I like that there was an odd number. I could kind of do that cool pattern. And I think 5 was a perfect number. It just happened to be how many letters were in beach. Now it needs a hanger. So we're just going to flip it over. And that's kind of a nice sturdy wood sign. So I think it's going to be easy to hang. And I did staple that one there on the end just because I don't want that falling off in any kind of weather. We get some wild weather outside here in Florida. And I just tie a knot in a piece of Dollar Tree twine, and I'm just going to staple that to the back of this, making an easy little twine hanger. Something that I can hang. My Florida room has a ceiling that has like open rafters, and so that's where I like to hang all of my wind chimes. And you know, I had already made one this year, so I'm gonna have lots of beautiful additions. I can't wait to see how it looks out there. And this is how it turned out. I think it's so beautiful. Okay, the next DIY, I thought we could get creative and do a coastal candy dish. So I picked up this little jar with a great sealed lid from Dollar Tree, just from like their kitchen glassware aisle, and some Dollar Tree rope, and I thought we could do like a coastal version. I thought that would be fun. That's something I've never really made before. The only challenging part of this DIY is that tag did not want to come off the bottom. But this is the rope that we're using. This is the thinner white rope. I think it's 11 feet. I get them confused because the white ones and the brown ones are different. But it's the thinner one. And we're going to start right here under the lip of our little dish. And we're going to hot glue the rope directly to it. Now, I thought we could cover the candy dish part with the white nautical rope from Dollar Tree. And then we're also going to cover the lid with another Dollar Tree product. And we're just going to make this really fun and beachy. Now, the inside of the candy jar will still be glass, so you can put candy in there, whatever you want. You could put like M&M stuff in there that doesn't have wrappers. It's still going to work well. It has that nice suction seal lid, so things should stay fresh. And so this was just a really easy DIY because one package of the rope is going to be perfect for this. I kind of continue it right here along the bottom. I did think about stopping when I got to the bottom right here, but I decided to kind of keep going and just finish off the entire package of rope, and it worked out perfectly. Just trying to glue down my loose edges there, and I was hoping it would sit level, and it does. Now it's time to decorate the lid. So I'm going to start just by placing it back in there. That will be easier way to work with it. And we're going to use the white macrame cord from Dollar Tree to do the lid. Now this has like the little knob handle on top, and I just started in the middle, and I'm just hot gluing in a spiral. As you can see, I'm using lots of hot glue for this, when before I only used hot glue here and there. And the reason that this required so much hot glue was because you're going to be using that handle to pull the dish off the candy jar. And so you're going to want to make sure you get all these to stay in place. Now, make sure you're kind of looking at both sides. I could only see one side. I kind of had to redo the side there. But that's okay because I really needed to go back in and pretty much hot glue every row of the macrame cord down here just to make a nice sturdy handle. And I'm really glad I decided to decorate the lid too. It really made a big difference in the final product. And as you can see, that white nautical rope and that macrame cord from the Dollar Tree match perfectly. I kind of got this together and I was like, you know what? Kind of looks a little bit like a pumpkin. This would be a good fall DIY as well. I really hope you guys are enjoying all my fall DIY videos, and I hope you've entered my 20K giveaway, my last video. If you haven't, you might want to go check that out. Giving away 20 Dollar Tree items, and I think I'm going to be doing the drawing on Saturday. Now, to decorate our little candy jar, I'm using one of these little Grow sea turtles from the toy aisle at Dollar Tree, and we're going to paint it that nice cloudless color of blue. These come in like crabs, lobsters, octopus, fish, sea turtles. Always look for them in your toy aisle. I always like to stock up on them. They're perfect little size to craft with. They have a great textured shell, and I don't care if some of that darker color shines through. I just want most of my little sea turtle to be that pretty color of blue. Now, I also kind of had a gap here between my lid and my candy dish, and I thought it would be really pretty to kind of fill that in with a contrasting Dollar Tree rope, the thinner brown rope. And so I just cut a piece long enough to go around the edges, burning off any fuzzies. And then I'm going to glue it here to the side of this lip. And I kind of avoided that part before because I thought it would interfere with the function of the candy dish, but it really doesn't. And so this was the perfect size to fill the gap up in between. And so I'm just going around, mainly gluing it to like the rope underneath of it, all the way around. And I'm going to test out the lid here, make sure everything still works good, and it does. Isn't this cute so far? I really like it. It's definitely a different candy dish than I've ever done before. I just hot glue that little sea turtle to the front of our little rope candy dish. And look how cool that is. I think it turned out really sweet and a really fun DIY that you can have around your house, but you could also use it for storage. You know what? This would be really cute for like bathroom storage too. I know a lot of my viewers have coastal themed bathrooms. But I want to get started on our first project. I'm going to use one of these little wall shelves from the Dollar Tree. You guys know I love to make signs out of these because they are a great source of wood. So I'm just going to take this one out of the package. And your girl has been on Pinterest, and I got some inspiration for some projects that I wanted to try to make my own, and this is going to be one of them. So I want to kind of make an oceany background, but I want it to be like very abstract. So these are the two different colors I'm using. This one is the Caribbean blue, a little bit darker blue that I'm going to do on the bottom half of the sign. And then this one is Cloudless by Apple Barrel, a little bit lighter for the sky. Just a very simple, like oceany background. And kind of blend that all together. And I wanted to do the background. I wanted to do little shore birds. And I want them all to be like on like little nautical pilings, you know, out in the water. And so I'm going to try that with driftwood. So I'm going to start with twine, and this is the thicker twine that you get at Walmart. You could always use the one from Dollar Tree as well. Sometimes I like the thicker one, and I'm just going to tie a knot there on top because the first thing I'm going to do is just make a hanger for our sign because I want this to be a hanging sign. And now since this was a shelf, it's got like the holes on the top. It's also got the holes on the bottom. So I'm actually going to take advantage of both. So the ones on the top, I just made the hanger. And the ones on the bottom, I'm going to incorporate that into my design. So to start with, I'm just going to kind of go through, tie a knot in the back this time. And then I'm going to have like this rope wrapped around all of my like nautical pilings, these little pieces of driftwood, but these are the pieces of driftwood that I just have from the beach. I'm going to cut these down a little bit and make them shorter so I can maybe make like 4 of them for the little birds to stand on. And we're going to make our little shore birds out of sea glass from the Dollar Tree. So super cute, super fun. I just took my driftwood to my saw and cut down 4 pieces, all about the same size. I do want them to have a flat top, so I have a place for the bird to perch. And just kind of scatter them. I think that one's a little too long, so I cut it down a little bit, and that looks pretty good. If you don't have any driftwood, you could always use sticks from your yard, or you could also use some of those like a little wood slices from the Dollar Tree. They have some of those that might work too. The wood stems themselves might be a little too short. But I just wrapped the twine around a couple of times, and then I'm going to glue that twine to the sign. So I kind of glue it to the little piece of driftwood and glue it to the sign kind of all at the same time here. So what's attached to the sign is basically the twine, not really so much the wood. But once it's tied on there pretty good, I think it is going to stay. So I was going to go under, but then I decided to go over on this one because I don't want the twine to be super flat against the back. I want this to look very 3-dimensional. So I went around a couple of times by going over the top, makes it kind of stick out a little bit. And then I'm going to glue this one down too. I also glue the twine to the driftwood a little bit, but I put some glue underneath of that to glue this second one down. I thought about, I usually like to work with odd numbers, but for this one, kind of 4 really worked. So we're going to do 4. This time I went under to kind of make this one kind of go more to the back of it, like we did the first time. Wrapped it around a couple times and then glue that one down too. I like the jagged edges, but I really wanted my jagged edges to be towards the bottom of the sign. And once that one's dry, I'm going to kind of do what I did before, where I go over on this one to kind of make the twine stick out a little bit and wrap that down a couple of times too. Make sure everything is pulled tight and then glue that down. And I love this idea. I was thinking of doing something like this for a dock. I guess I still can. But for this one, I wanted to put little shorebirds on top of it. We love all of our shorebirds here in Florida. They're so cute. And I wanted to do a craft revolved around them. So if you put a little bit of glue on the tip of your twine, it's going to make it easier to go through those holes if you're using one of these shelf signs too. And you could always do this on the other side shelf sign too, but I think it's going to be skinnier. And I did reinforce mine a little bit by adding a little bit of extra hot glue down behind some of them if I could without really seeing any of it. Now, this is the sea glass that we're going to use from the Dollar Tree. It's got several different colors. As you can tell, I love it. I buy it a lot. So it's got like light blue, green, like royal blue, but it's also got like white. So I want white. So I'm looking for like 4 pieces that I could kind of make look like shorebirds. It's going to be a very abstract one. So I'm searching for a 4th one. I'm going to have to open another package. It doesn't really have to look like a bird. Just anything that you can kind of, like that one looks like it's kind of got a tail. We can kind of make this work. And I choose 4 of my favorites. I didn't really want one to be like way larger than the other one, so I think that looks pretty good. Now it's time to put these little guys together. Now, I was kind of thinking that they were kind of washed out with the clear. It's kind of clear against the blue, right? And I really want the little birds to look white. So to do that, I actually paint the back of them to try to make them look a little bit brighter. So I'm just using white acrylic, and I'm just going to put just a quick coat on the back. That way they'll kind of have a white background since they're kind of more clear than white, right? And I think that made a difference. So I just did that on all 4 of our little sea glass pieces. And now we can start making these into little birds. I was kind of thinking, okay, what looks like a head? What looks like a tail? And the first thing I'm going to do is use a black Sharpie. They have these like fine tip Sharpies at Dollar Tree right now too, which are awesome for crafting. And I just drew 2 straight little lines, 4 legs, kind of mapping out where we're going to attach the sea glass to it. And I'm going to do the same thing here on all 4. I was trying to keep my head out of the shot because it was kind of hard to see from this angle. And just to make them look like they're standing there, I think the legs definitely give them like a bird-like look. We're also going to add beaks to these little shorebirds by drawing on the backboard, not like physically putting one on there. And then I just go ahead and put 1 eye on each of them. I have like 3 going one direction, 1 going the opposite direction, and just little black dots for little eyes. And then I use an orange Sharpie. I'm loving all the Sharpies you can get from Dollar Tree now because I'm a big fan of Sharpies. I use them for crafting all the time. I like them for projects like this because you don't get any bleeding or anything like that you might get with a paint pen. So I just draw little beaks where they're going to be. Like I haven't attached anything yet because I want to make sure that I don't get any Sharpie like on the sea glass itself. But I think that looks good. So we are ready to attach our little sea glass shorebirds. And I do that just by a little drop of hot glue on the back of each one and securing that to our sign. And they kind of look like shorebirds, right? You kind of have to look for it on some of them. But I think with the beaks and the legs, it totally gives you the feel that I was going for. So there it is. That is our first DIY today. I think this turned out really cute. What do you guys think about my little sea glass shorebirds? I think they turned out so fun. Everyone in the family were a big fan of these little guys. Okay, the next DIY, I wanted to see if I could do something unique with one of these little mermaid signs from the Dollar Tree from the Shore Living line. And, you know, I always pick a lot of those up. I try to do different ways to decorate them. So I thought of a new way to decorate this one today. Hopefully you still have some laying around as well. I decided to do mine in front of a moon. I wanted to look like a mermaid at night in front of a moon. I think there's like a scene from The Little Mermaid, like the cartoon, where she's like in front of the moon, like a movie poster or something. Something I've seen. But so I'm just going to make the wood round from the Dollar Tree look like the moon. So I go over the whole wood round with a coat of ivory paint first. I kind of wanted mine to be an ivory and like tan a moon. And I really didn't know if I was going to be able to pull off a moon. And I think I kind of did. It's very subtle though. I decided to use some of these little stencil pouncers because they're round from the Dollar Tree. And I just mixed like some brown and some ivory that I had, trying to get like a tan color to kind of try to do like some big craters. And I just pounced those around with my big sponge. And then I used my smaller one to try to make smaller craters. Now, that looks kind of cool and it looks kind of fun, but I wanted something like way more subtle than that. So I just kind of keep working with it. I took some of the original ivory color and a chunky brush, and then I just kind of started distressing all over to kind of blend that in. And then from there, I just kind of keep working at it. It is a very abstract moon. I was trying to think of exactly how the moon looks. Lately, my son and I have been going to the beach at night because it's so much cooler. It's so hot during the day. And there is a gentleman at the beach, we've ran into him several times now, that has a giant telescope. And he always wants to show us the moon. And we see the moon so good. You can see all the little craters and the texture of the moon. It's amazing. And last time he showed us 2 like sets of double stars too. And so that was really fun. So I don't know his name, but thank you to the gentleman at the beach for letting us use your awesome telescope. So I just keep blending, you know, with like ivory and tan, go back and forth. I kind of made like the outer rim a little bit more ivory, and I just kept blending it until I was happy with it. I just wanted it to look like kind of a textured moon, but still very abstract. So that was me making like the outside a little bit lighter and then just kind of going all over it with craters, because really the moon kind of looks like that anyway. So I don't know if it was a success, but I asked my son if he thought it was the moon, and he thought it looked pretty good. So I'll take it. Now, this is the Little Mermaid that's kind of more upright than the one that's like swimming. There's 2 of these. And, you know, sometimes some of my stores still have some of these signs, not a lot of this one probably. I'm just going to remove the little starfish that she's holding because it's kind of in the way. Kind of broke that, unfortunately. Just using a scraper and some heat. Trying to get all of the glue off because I want to stain her. And if there's any hot glue on there, it's going to kind of interfere with that. Now I got this great blue sequin swatch from the Dollar Tree. And I think that's going to be a great mermaid tail. It's blue, it's bright, it looks like mermaid scales. My camera died there, but all I did was start to distress my little mermaid there with some Antique Wax by Waverly and just wiping off the excess with a baby wipe. I really only need to do her body, her face. I decided to do her hair too, just in case you could see any of that under, but I have plans for her tail, so I'm not going to stain it because I don't really need to, but you always could. Now, this is that great sequence. I love crafting with this. They have this in all different colors. I think the blue is probably my favorite. The green would be really pretty for a mermaid as well. It's that kind of sequence where if you push it one way, it's one color, the other way, it's another color. So I'm just trying to get mine all blue. And I want it to be upright so it looks like fish scales like that, right? And there's just enough here to cover the tail on that. Not the tail fin, but the tail part, which is all I really wanted to cover anyway. So I just kind of flip it over and line it up. I'm barely big enough, but it's big enough. And there's black fabric on the back. So I'm using a white paint pen because the only thing I could think of that I could like really show up on the black. And I'm just going to trace that out on the back. And this is probably the best white paint pen I've ever had. And I think it's about empty. I'm going to have to get another one of these. I have these listed in my Amazon shop below. They are the Posca white paint pens and they're fabulous. So once I get that drawn on there, I am just going to cut that out exact to size. You're going to make a little bit of a mess when you're cutting through that sequence, but it'll be all right. I just cleaned up all of my sequence mess with one of those little lint rollers from the Dollar Tree. Those are great to have handy when you're crafting. Some of you guys have asked what surface I use to craft on, how nothing sticks to it. And this is a silicone like monster mat from Amazon, and it is linked in my shop, Amazon shop below. And I love it. I may have worn this one out kind of because I craft all the time, but I probably need to get a new one, or maybe it just needs a good cleaning. So I got it cut out, and now I'm going to hot glue this down, just kind of working one section at a time because I don't want my hot glue to set up on me before I get it dry. And I want to get it lined up perfectly so you can't really see any of the wood on the sides of the scales. And look how sparkly this is. I really went for bling on this mermaid, which I don't always do, but I really like how it turned out. Now for the tail, I was thinking I could use these little light blue like stickers from the Dollar Tree. I don't know what you call them. They're kind of like little pearl stickers. So I kind of wanted to paint the tail fin to kind of match. So I mixed together like turquoise and Caribbean blue, and I just kind of want to get a color that's close to those, and then I can like bejewel the little tail with those to make it special as well. It's going to be a different color of blue than the sequence on there, but that's okay. I think it's more colorful, and the more shades of blue, the better. I wanted her to kind of look like a shadow. That's one reason why I like stained her like a darker color, because she's going to be in front of the moon that we just made. And I'm just using a makeup sponge to add that blue paint to the tail. And that works great for painting things like that from the Dollar Tree. Once I get it good and dry, I just go in with those little stickers. They come on a string. Since I'm just applying this to wood, I think it's gonna stay on there pretty good. They're kind of gooey. You could always reinforce yours with more glue, but on wood, I never really have a trouble with these sticking. So I just kind of continue that string all along the outside of my tail. And it's flexible too. Like, you can't do real sharp turns, but you can do like the bottom of the tail there. And then just start filling it in. I want it to look like little stripes with the little pearl stickers. And just kind of filling in. I think I have room for like 3 stripes on each side. And I just fill that all in. I am going to make that a little bit more colorful. Now for mermaid hair. I haven't tried this, so I thought this might be a fun thing to try. This glitter coral, these little, it's like a greenery at the Dollar Tree that they have every summer. And mine has it right now for like the 4th of July stuff, which all my stores still have 4th of July stuff. I don't know why they haven't marked any of that stuff down yet. Now, I just cut a piece off and hot glue that down. I want the white coral to look like her hair. So I have 2 of those glitter coral greenery picks, and I just keep doing that, cutting it, using like the end part here for the top of her hair. And I want to cover up everywhere where there's like hair on her head here. Now, you can cut off some of the little parts that like stick out and stuff like that, but that's how mine turned out. I got pretty good coverage. I did trim mine down. Sorry, my camera died there. My camera lasts like 30 minutes. On projects like this that are longer, I wish it would like beep or something and tell me, and it totally doesn't. I really got to be looking at it, and I'm usually concentrating on my craft. But that's how she looks. So I glued them all on there. That was 2 packages of the glitter coral, and then I gave it a quick trim, but it left her hair still relatively long. Now, this is our little moon. I thought about putting it on a bigger sign, which would be really cute because you could do like ocean waves in the dark. You could do like a starry sky. And I don't know, maybe someday I'll do that. But for today, I'm just going to do it on a moon. So I add the twine by pushing in from the back, tying onto the front, and then putting my little mermaid in front of the moon. I debated about putting a little rock painted, a shadow of a rock painted on the moon for her to be perched up against, but I kind of wanted it to be more abstract, so I decided just to leave my moon. And I'm just going to hot glue her down to the moon. She fits on here really kind of well. Her hair kind of flows off to the side, which is fine. I want it to look like mermaid hair, and I want it to look like that's her back. So I'm not going to do like a shell brawl or anything like that, but you totally could have it be like reverse because it's kind of a side profile. I thought it'd be fun for her to hold like a conch. And these little tiny shells, these are the ones that come in the little glass bottles from the Dollar Tree, kind of look like the shape of a conch. So I'm just going to hot glue that into her hand. And then I thought a little starfish for her hair would be perfect. I get these little tiny starfish on Amazon. They come in the ivory and this teal color of blue that you see here. And I do have these in my Amazon shop as well. And I love them for crafting. I'm just going to hot glue that into her hair, kind of like a little decoration or barrette in her hair. And then I decided to make the little pearl beads a little bit more colorful. They kind of coordinate with like the darker blue sequence. I don't want to color them all, but I'm just using like a blue Sharpie, and I'm doing every other one just to kind of make it kind of match with the tail a little bit and make it even more special. I was pleased to find out, even with the Sharpie on there, that they're still super shiny. And then I kind of wanted to give her a little belt to cover that black fabric that's kind of exposed there at the top of her sequin tail. And so I'm using this little burlap ribbon, like it's a trim from the Dollar Tree. And I just cut down a little waistband for her just to make that look, cute, add another little detail. I was trying to decide if I wanted to double it up or just leave it flat. I decided just to go ahead and glue it down flat. And then I decided it needed a little bit of color there too. So I do go in there with those same little pearl stickers that we used on the tail. And I can fit about 4 on her tail, but on the fabric, I decided to hot glue those down because I wasn't sure how well they would stick to that. And just kind of tie that all together a little bit, another little detail. And just like the tail, I decided to do every other one in like a more teal color. And isn't she fabulous? I love the sequence. I think it's so pretty. And I think, this would be really cute too if you wanted to make like a Halloween decoration and she's in front of the moon, little mermaid. She could be holding a pumpkin or a jack-o'-lantern. I might have to create something like that for Halloween. It's going to be here before we know it. And you guys know I love decorating coastal for every holiday. Okay, next DIY. This one's gonna be fun too. I'm gonna use a wood round from the Dollar Tree, and we're just gonna start by removing the hanger. I was wondering, if this was going to be thick enough because, these wood rounds from the Dollar Tree tend to be thin, and it was a little bit bowed, as you can tell. It's not really like laying flat. So I thought, oh, the heck with it. I'll just grab another one and we'll put like 2 of them together. It's going to make a thicker sign. Maybe we'll lose some of that bowing because I want this to be a really durable DIY that I can hang in my home year round. I'm going to use a combination of some of the Dollar Tree wood glue and some of the hot glue. So I do a little wood glue in the middle. And then I spread that out, and then I just do hot glue around the edges. That way, maybe it'll make it a little bit more permanent. But I try to give it pretty good coverage all around the edges because both of them were kind of bowed. And then I made sure that I lined up the little holes in the top so that I can still attach a hanger. But I'm going to get a thicker wood round for sure. So that's a trick to use the Dollar Tree ones. Then I'm going over the whole sign with some Caribbean blue paint again. And kind of doing like a sloppy coat. And then going over that with a baby wipe like we did before. I want that same kind of beachy vibe, a little bit of the wood grain showing through. And this one was a little rough, so I did have to sand it a little bit. I probably could have done that before. I didn't realize it was so rough. Okay, and we're going to use some of these wood slices from the Dollar Tree. We used these in my wind chime DIY video as driftwood. So it gave me the idea that I could make like a driftwood sea creature with this. So we're going to give it a go. I don't know at this point if it was going to work, but I thought, hey, why not? So I put like 3 next to each other, and then I start like doing 2, then I start doing 1. Basically, I want the shape of a crab. I want to do a little like driftwood crab. Now I'm going to need some of the pieces to be cut. So I tried with my miter scissors and I had some success, but it was hard. They're kind of thick for the miter scissors, honestly. And I made like a smaller piece to go in between that one. And I'm just going to kind of, I don't want it to be like such different sizes, so I thought I would fill it in with some half pieces here to make it more gradual, like the shape of the crab. And then we can use the different wood slices to make little crab legs. Crabs have 10 legs, including their like little pincher arms. So I just start like kind of laying that out to see if that's going to all fit on the wood round, and I think it is. And I do plan to kind of segment those legs to make them look a little bit more crab-like. And so I'm just going to start by hot gluing on. I'm going to start here at the bottom. I like how the wood has like a little bit different finishes. I think it definitely gives you that driftwood vibe. Now, if you had driftwood like this, you could totally use that as well. But I love these. I'm finding all kinds of uses, and I use a different version of these wood slices today for another DIY as well. So as you can see, the bottom row was just 1, and then I had like 1.5, and then I had 2, and then I was trying to decide if I wanted to do 2 again, and then I'm like, no, I kind of wanted to be more gradual, so I'll use one of those half pieces that I have to make that more gradual. And I just keep hot gluing on up, 1 piece here at a time. I want my crab to be that like, it's almost like a football shape. For the body is what I'm wanting. And I don't want all of the smaller ones to be like in the middle on top of each other. I want it to look more random. That's why I put that one over on the left side. So again, I want it to be a little bit more gradual, so I am going to try cutting this again. Sometimes the miter scissors worked on these and sometimes not so much, but it was difficult. Kind of like cutting the little Jenga blocks from the Dollar Tree with them. But it does work if you really want it to. So I am just going to cut a few more pieces here just to get me that perfect shape I'm looking for. I'm thinking that would be good. And I just kind of keep problem solving 1 piece at a time. Putting it together a little bit like a puzzle. And you guys know I usually craft with that driftwood from the not the Dollar Tree, Target. And you could totally do that with this too, but I totally wanted to see if I could make something cool with these little wood slices from the Dollar Tree. So look out for these. Even one of my smaller stores had these in stock in the crafter square. So I'm still cutting pieces, trying to make it a little bit more gradual than my like initial setup was there, until I'm happy with it. And then I just keep gluing these on. This was, I think, my son's favorite I don't know, he had a lot of favorites today because we're going to do a lot of sea creatures, but I think he said this one was his favorite. So I had 2 half pieces left over, and then I was like, yes, I need to segment the legs, so I need to start cutting these down, but I'm tired of using the miter scissors, so I actually did go use my saw, just because I'm going to have to cut so many here. But there, I'm just going to cut them in half and make little segmented legs. I think that's going to make it look way more crab-like than if they were just straight. So I just go and I cut some more in half. So the crab has like 3 legs kind of pointing back usually, and then one set forward, and then another set here at the front that has like little pincers, right? So I'm going to go cut some more down. I'm trying to figure out how many I need. I thought if I put 2 together, you could kind of get that like crab pincer look, like that. And then I thought for eyes, we could use some of those little wood beads from the Dollar Tree. I got some of these that are like kind of stained brown. And if you set them up like that, I think they make perfect little crab eyes. Now, I wasn't too happy with like the pincer arms. I thought they needed to be longer. So I decided to go in with the full wood slice for those. And I think that looks even better. Looks like a crab, right? And then I had another half piece, so I might as well use that there at the bottom to kind of finish off the bottom of that crab shape. He's so cute. At first, I didn't think I could pull it off. I didn't think it was really going to look like a crab. And my son's like, well, what else would it be? It's definitely a crab, right? Oh my goodness. And so I'm going to go ahead and just start hot gluing these one at a time. Your girl is beat. I am so tired. Today I was replacing all of the screens in my Florida room, and it was so hot outside, and they needed to be replaced for a while since the hurricane in the fall, and they've been driving me crazy. And so now it's wonderful out there. It's mosquito free. Yay! And it's so nice out there this time of year. And we are expecting a house full of company here in a couple of weeks. So I definitely want to get that room ready. My son's graduating from high school, so we have all kinds of family visiting from the Midwest. We'll have a house full of people. Okay, so we got them all glued down. I'm going to use some of that string that we used from the shelves because I had that left over. That's going to make a perfect little white hanger. You could always use twine or whatever you've got. And again, I just hot glue the ends to make them easier to feed through the holes, especially here that I have to go through 2 signs. I do plan on framing this out, but I definitely need to get the hanger on there first. And sometimes if you still have trouble getting it through there, one of those little Cricut weeders can do the trick to kind of like force it through there if you need. And this one was a little bit easier. Now I'm just going to pull them through and tie them off exactly how long I want them. And then we'll go in and kind of finish off the edges. I always like the wood rounds, but sometimes I like them to have like more of a finished edge. And so for that, I want something else coastal, right? He's so cute. I love this crab. So I'm going to use some of the Dollar Tree white nautical rope. And this is the thick kind, the 6 foot, I think. And we are just going to wrap that all around the edges of our sign. I think it's going to be the perfect, like, final beachy touch to this one. And I think this is going to look great hanging in my home. I have, like, coastal everywhere, and I know you guys are really digging the coastal DIYs. And I'm, like, looking at everything I made, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know if I have enough walls in my house. I'm going to have to get generous. I donate. You guys always ask what I do with all of my DIYs, and I do donate my DIYs that I don't have room for because I just don't. I do have a little bit of seasonal storage from year to year, but my house is just not large enough to store it all because I have made like over 300 videos here on YouTube, so I have made a lot of DIYs. And I love every minute of it. So I'm just doing a bead of hot glue all the way around and securing that white rope. Kind of started at the bottom just so the seam would be down there. And you can kind of like, work with that, kind of glue those little fibers together. Let that cool off, and then you can kind of like shape it a little bit to hide the seam a little bit, make it not so obvious. But what do you guys think about my little driftwood crab? I think it's so fun. And I love the beachy blue background. I think that really brings him out. And this is how he turned out. I think my favorite part about him is like his little crab eyes like peeking out. I think that's so cute.
Better days to come and carry us like wind in our sails. Hold on tight, I can smell the shore, it's right in front of us if we just hold on tight. This vision that I saw is getting closer every dawn. We are dreamers of the shore. 7 years now on this boat, and we all know where we belong. Just wait. If we just hold on tight, this vision that I saw is getting closer every dawn. Ooh, we are dreamers of the shore when we can't read the sky. We just sail with the wind that we've got, and when we're drowning in doubt, just keep on believing. We are dreamers of the shore. For better days to come and carry us like wind in our sails. Hold on tight, I can smell the shore, it's right in front of us if we just hold on tight. This vision that I saw is getting closer every dawn. We are dreamers of the shore. Now on this boat, and we all know where we belong. Just wait. Ooh, wait for our home. right in front of us if we just hold on tight. This vision that I saw is getting closer every dawn. We are dreamers of the shore when we can't read the sky. We just sail with the wind that we've got. And when we're drowning in doubt, just keep on believing. We are dreamers of the shore. Look ahead, the sea is calm, and I know we've been through a lot, but just wait. Wait for better days to come and carry us like wind in our sails. Hold on tight, I can smell the shore, it's right in front of us if we just hold on tight. This vision that I saw is getting closer every dawn. We are dreamers of the shore. Now on this boat, and we all know where we belong. Just wait. Wait for our home to show on the horizon. Soon we'll be there. Hold on tight, I can smell the shore, it's right in front of us if we just hold on tight. This vision that I saw is getting closer every dawn. We are dreamers of the shore when we can't read the sky. We just sail with the wind that we've got. And when we're drowning in doubt, just keep on believing. We are dreamers of the shore. Look ahead, the sea is calm, and I know we've been through a lot, but just wait. Wait for better days to come and carry us like wind